A whole cured ham was a centerpiece, and the fair drew out the best of them. Farm families spent all winter salting, smoking, and aging their hogs, and a good ham represented months of careful work hanging in a smokehouse. At Syracuse, vendors carved thin slices off dark, dense hams that had been cured hard enough to keep a year without spoiling. The meat was intensely salty, deep red, and so concentrated in flavor that a little went a long way. Usually laid on a slab of bread, a slice cost more than most fair food, maybe a York shilling, because a cured ham was genuinely valuable. Some of those hams were entered in the competition itself, judged alongside the cheese and the preserves for a premium. The smoke and salt of country ham was the taste of a well-run farm, and every family that walked past a booth carving one knew exactly how much labor was hanging on that hook. Number 16, donuts. New York was Dutch English, New York was English, and the Dutch left behind the oliekoek, the oil cake, which by 1841 Americans simply called the donut. These were rounds of sweet, yeasted, or sour milk dough dropped into a kettle of bubbling lard until they puffed and browned, then dredged in sugar while still hot. The best ones had a nut or a bit of dried apple pressed into the center, which is one story of how the whole came to be. At the fair, the smell of frying dough pulled the crowd like a magnet, and the vendor could sell them as fast as the kettle produced them, a penny or two apiece. They came out crisp on the outside and tender and steaming within, heavy with the rich taste of the lard. Fried sweet dough at a fair is one of the few things on this entire list that...
How may I help you today?
It just got bigger.
Here you are.
Number 15, souse. Nothing on a 19th
That
century
ends
farm,
today's lesson.
least of all slaughtered hog, and souse was the proof. Also called head cheese, though it contained no cheese at all. It was made by simmering the head, feet, and trimmings of a pig for hours until the meat fell off and the liquid turned thick with natural gelatin. The meat was picked, seasoned heavily with vinegar, sage, and heavy, packed into a mold, and chilled until it set into a firm, sliceable loaf shot through with bits of pork suspended in savory jelly. At the fair, it was sliced cold and sold cheap.
There's no way of knowing if Doris will confide in me.
The vinegar
I can speak to her at least.
sharp tang that cut the richness. Modern shoppers would call it the name, but a farmer in 1841 saw souse as simple good sense. It turned the parts of the animal nobody wanted into a food that kept for a week and tasted better than it had any right to. Number 14, succotash. This is a dish older than the country eating it. Word comes from a Narragansett term, and Native Americans were growing corn, beans together and cooking them together long before any Europeans set foot in New York. By 1841, succotash was pure American comfort food. Fresh or dried corn kernels and shell beans, usually called cranberry and lima, simmered together with a piece of salt pork and a little cream if you had it. At the fair, in late September, the corn would have been at its sweetest, so vendors could cook it fresh off the cob, kernels bursting between the tender beans. A bowl cost a few cents. It was mild, sweet, and satisfying. The corn and beans forming a complete protein that early
Where
folks
are you?
understood by instinct, if
Can I
not
help you,
by
sir?
chemistry. It sat on tables all over the ground.
I'm looking for Doris.
Humble,
Is she here?
unremarkable.
I'm afraid not.
History
She's at
was
Martha's Rest on a job.
older than the state.
My job, actually.
Older,
When she heard what the mission was, she insisted on going herself.
something worth
Alone.
stopping.
Did she?
Every food on this list
What was the mission?
the same
Following up on some new information. Once they'd settled it, the bearers you helped liberate from Dragon's Area were keen to talk about their imprisonment and about their captor. The slave of Cozy for tracking we were attacked by the beast. I'll go find her.
Wheat batter was kept alive.
She's at Martha's Rest, you say?
This was not
If she's not moved on already, yeah.
It was
I hope everything's alright.
practiced by families who lived a bad
Look,
life
Boris insist on going
with real
alone.
hunger. And it is
Maybe Colin was
exactly
right to be
what
worried.
agricultural society is trying to reward. Those premiums for the best cheese and the fattest hog were not vanity prices. They were an attempt to teach a whole state how to squeeze more food out of the same land. The crowd eating these dishes between the cattle pens was practicing thrift so total that it now looks like a lost art. They fed a family of 8 on what we throw in the bin, and they did it well. Number 13, Indian pudding. When the fair crowd wanted something sweet and warm as the evening cooled, Indian pudding was waiting in the kettle. It was cornmeal, or Indian meal as they called it, slowly cooked into milk with molasses, butter, and a heavy hand of ginger and cinnamon, then baked for hours until it set into a dark, dense, spiced custard. The long baking gave it a deep caramel color and a soft, almost grainy texture that was nothing like a smooth pudding. Served hot with a spoonful of cream melting on top, it tasted of molasses and warm spice, and it filled you like a meal. The dish cost a few pennies. It was the kind of thing that took all day to make, so buying it ready-made at a fair was a small luxury for a farm family. The molasses did the sweetening, because refined sugar was still expensive, which is why so much of what that crowd ate carried that same dark, treacly depth. Number 12, pumpkin pie. Late September in New York, pumpkin harvest was biggest round Thanksgiving Day. Sugar was scarce and dear, so molasses did much of the sweetening, giving it a filling of darker, richer, less candy-like flavor than modern pie. Wedge cost a few cents. The custard was firm enough to hold in your hand, which mattered when you were eating it while walking the exhibition. Pumpkin grew like a weed across every farm in the state, which made the pie cheap and everywhere. It was already, by 1841, tangled up with the American idea of harvest and hope, and it tasted like autumn itself. Number 11, New York cheese. Sharp, golden cheddar that aged for months and shipped down the Erie Canal to feed the whole eastern seaboard. At the fair, cheese with a bite that built as it aged. Wedge cost a York shilling or so. Cheese making was one of the few forms of farm income controlled almost entirely by women, and a blue ribbon on a wheel of cheese at Syracuse was a genuine mark of skill that the whole county would talk about. Number 10, roast ox. Now for the spectacle. When a crowd this size gathered, somebody with ambition would put an entire ox on the fire, and it became an event in itself. Full animal dressed skewered on an irony spit the size of a fence rail was turned slowly. Get up! The smell of roasting beef rolled across the entire fairground. When it was finally carved, the meat was sold cheap by the slice, or sometimes given away to draw the crowd for a politician or a merchant. The outside was crisp and smoky. Get up! Each side certain it was saving the Republic. The food and drink on those grounds were not
This is it.
what you chose to put in your cup was,
There's too much fight.
people watching, a statement about what kind of country this was going to be. Fair fed that fight as surely as it fed the crowd. Number 9. Fair sausages. Sausage was another way the farm wasted nothing, and it turned up hot off the griddle, all over the grounds. Ground pork trimmings were seasoned hard with sage, salt, and pepper, stuffed into cleaned casings, and either sold fresh to fry or already smoked for keeping. At the fair, vendors cooked links over coals until the skin blistered and split, and sold them sizzling on a slab of bread for a few cents. The sage and pepper cut through the fat, and the smell of them cooking competed with the donuts for the attention of the crowd. Every farm made its own, seasoned to a family recipe, so a good sausage vendor was selling not just meat, but a particular taste of home. This was handheld, walk-and-eat food a full century and a half before anybody called it that. A farmer could buy a hot sausage, keep watching the plowing match, and never break his stride. Number 8. Molasses taffy. For the children dragging their parents through the fairground, the real destination was the candy, and molasses taffy was king.
The Dravosh is still standing.
Boiled with a little butter vinegar to the hard cracked stage, then poured out to cool just enough to handle, at which point somebody with strong hands pulled it. The pulling was half the show.
You're here.
The dark, sticky rope was stretched.
Mostly up to the north still. I spoke to Doris's scouts and it turns out things are worse than I thought.
Until it lightened
Swarms of them out there.
golden
Told old
brown,
Snotty to be ready to steal the North Gate.
instead of
That should buy us some time if we need it.
cut into little
Enough for the
twists.
villagers to barricade themselves inside their homes at
Sold
least.
a piece for a penny.
Well done.
It was sweet.
Welcome back.
From the molasses, and it stuck to your teeth for the rest of the afternoon.
I never have guessed, you know.
Were a social event in the
Not in
North
August and
Grand
next slip.
So buying it
Who'd have
ready
thought
pulled
that
to
the
the
savior of
fair
Davos
was small,
would turn out to be the realm's most infamous outlaw?
A penny
Keen to help us out again?
taffy was
I
as
am.
good as the day got.
Oh, you could sneak off without me, did you?
Maple sugar. Before cane sugar was cheap, the North sweetened itself with maple. And by fair season, the previous spring,
what are you doing here?
pressed into hard
One of the
casts
scouts
for
can keep his
safety.
voice down.
In March and April,
Unlike my best mate who didn't think I deserved a nose. So then,
sap
the
down
nose again.
open fires for days.
Not enough for us two to turn into a pair of old judges like this.
Were
And you ain't human
intense
apology.
flocks of maple sugar that kept for months.
Don't listen to him.
At the fair,
You only did what you thought was best.
were shaped
For the
into
village and
plates,
that.
and children gnawed on chunks like candy.
Did.
The flavor was pure concentrated
Right,
maple,
over there.
richer and more complex than any syrup, with a grainy melt that coated the
master.
tongue.
Didn't leave the
It
chief
caused
to
more
the two of us.
molasses candy because sugaring
left
was
it to me.
little labor,
The
but it was
best
a
blacksmith
taste
from
of farms
Dravosh,
over
all
the
himself,
hills.
of course.
Maple sugar was also a point of pride for the
A bloody
temperance
stupid
crowd.
tradition, in my opinion.
Grown northern sweeteners
If
that
someone's got
owed
talent,
nothing
you should let them practice their craft, not ask them to sell paste, use and barge and grain. Our master wasted half his life that way. I wasn't about to let that happen to
Number
me.
6.
The wasted half of mine
Cut
instead.
into the donut, but
You're what Dravosh needed.
was fried dough with ambition.
Under me and my precious ideals, this place wouldn't have lasted a year. So I left to devote myself to the work and spare you lot the consequences.
Splash of rose water and
I
fried
may
it
be
in
a selfish
lard
prick,
until it turned
but I only did what I felt I had to.
hollow
What
inside.
you had to do was your duty.
Round and
Even if it meant we all starved.
long,
Enough.
twisted and delicate.
This is no time for bickering.
Own tartness
You can finish beating each other up once Dravosh is safe.
The
Fine.
two together forming
Sit
the
my face
original
anyway.
American
Yeah.
fair meal.
So have I.
Sorry, Clive. I shouldn't have stuck my nose in. Short enough on time as it is. Still, give us a mo, would you? I need to get my head straight before any of them Akashic try to bite it off. to the off then.
We can't afford to waste any more time.
Right you are. Might be worth having one last word with the scouts though. Don't want any nasty surprises, do we? Oh, and Blackthorn, you and Sultan might be better off staying inside the...
Akashic on the move.
How close are they?
Within sight of the walls. And there are more coming up from the mines.
What was I saying about nasty surprises?
They'll wash right over us if we stay out in the open. We're pulling back behind the gates.
Good idea. Get yourselves inside, but keep your weapons handy.
Understood.
I'm prepared to fight if I have to.
Well, let's hope you don't. That's our job. Once the scouts are inside, order your men to barricade the gates. No heroic last stands, you hear me? No fighting at all if you can help it.
August was right. I've seen what ffxvi can do for armor. The people here are tough and willing, but they ain't equipped to face what's coming. I'm going out there. Start work on the gates as soon as I've left. I'll give you as much time as I can.
And if they kill you,
You evacuate. It won't come to that. I promise.
you better be right.
Take good care of Dravosh till I get back.
Leave it to me. And give those things one thought, yeah?
Alright. Which one of you first?
Get him.
Charlie. Is that it? Apparently not. I'm getting thirsty. No, the question is, did I miss any?
Man alive! You're still in one piece!
I slew as many as I could.
As many as I could, he says. The old bleeding lot more like it. Well, almost.
Only almost.
Yeah, one or two did try to sneak over the wall. We got the bastards, don't you worry.
Good. But you do know, more will come in time.
In time, yeah. We can think about them later. Let's get you back inside.
Sid! You're even more fearsome than your reputation. Enough to give those Akashic monsters nightmares. I almost felt sorry for the wretched things. But mostly, I felt grateful. Dravos won't forget what you did today.
I'm afraid I've only delayed the inevitable. There's no getting rid of that ether flood. Meaning that any living thing which stumbles into those mines will end up crawling on the walls again.
And that's if the flood don't spread.
But over here,
It does.
in this woods,
Well,
a Roman
I
blood
hate to say it, but the village's days are
It's a
numbered.
fantastic find, complete with
That
underwater
may
heating,
be, but
tiled floors,
we're
walls
staying
right
just
up
the
to
same.
window height.
With ether flood springing up all
Roman
over,
farmhouse, doing
it's
here,
no less safe
completely
than
on its
anywhere,
own,
and more
40 miles
importantly,
from the nearest Roman town.
it's
What on earth
home.
is happening around here,
We'll fortify the gates to the north,
Time team, I've got just
and I'll
3
keep
days
that guarded
to
day
find
and
out.
night.
Alright? Then we'll give you a hand shoring up those defences.
As for you, Blackthorn, that's twice you turned up when Dravos needed you. So, thanks. I shouldn't have stayed away so long, and I shouldn't have left without talking over you. Too many of you shouldn't. So I doubt I was listening. Yes, envied you. You had everything so easy for me. Was
The
anything
Roman
but.
bathhouse was discovered
You
here.
leaving gave me the perfect excuse to hate you.
12th and 13th fairways of
From
this
that
golf
day on, I
course.
never once stopped to wonder what it would have been like if you'd stayed. But what you said earlier
Yeah, that in front of
is
you.
true.
That's the bathhouse.
You'd have been the death of this place.
Well,
Amateur
Really?
archaeologist
Well, we
Gerald
can agree
Roderick
on.
made the
But
discovery
I'd used to
and
be assassinated
excavated it
eventually.
with help from a small band of
You
dedicated
kept this place
volunteers,
alive.
who also
Alive,
put up this
perhaps.
temporary shelter to protect the remains.
now come
Dravos
into the
isn't who he
bathhouse,
once was.
and you will see
Our work used to be the pride of Dalmekia.
front wall
Now,
and
we shall have the same rubbish day after day. Because it's easy
That's
in
fantastic.
terms of
and
profit.
below this was another couple of feet.
What about the craft anymore? I wouldn't send my sons to war with a shitload of
And then a
us
little
for
bit
making.
further up,
I've kept working.
window,
Honing my skills, trying to lead by example,
and I
but
reckon that could be
no one
about
sees
the
the point.
second highest.
The average customer apprentice has much passion for the craft and our current love.
As it
Come
is
back
now,
to us,
built on
Blackthorn.
plastic and sand, it's hard to
Remind
control the
Dravos
layout,
what a true master
which is
blacksmith
why
looks
Gerald
like.
had a model of the bathhouse made. Showing
And
it to
even
us
then,
is
those
our
fellows
Roman
in the
expert,
hospital need to go and work at the same fork
the man
again.
who brought time team
That's a
here
kind
this weekend
offer.
to investigate his
Kind
theories
of
about
hard to
society.
And we can see really
I
clearly
wish I could
the
accept,
two periods.
but I'm needed elsewhere.
Originally,
There's people who trust their lives to my steel, and I daren't let them down.
attached aside. It's rather an unusual form because these
But that doesn't mean I couldn't visit from time to time.
here were all added
Let's see
later.
if we can't
And we
rekindle
can
this town
follow
fashion
through
bit of craft, shall we?
that the Roman would
I like that.
and this is the entrance hall.
Just be sure to tell Snotty to let me in the next time I come calling, yeah?
To get through to what we think is the changing room.
Going in.
Oh,
You let you in
how do
anyway.
you know that's a locker?
Well, it's far too high up for the ground.
Excellent.
There's another couple of feet of
The Master Smith turned out for back in my good
Gerald believes
graces.
the building was
I
very
never
well
thought I'd
managed,
see the day.
which is why it's so well preserved. Many details survive, including over 600 tiles.
I'd say that went pretty well, wouldn't you?
Classis Britannica,
Even better than I'd
which was
hoped.
interbuilding with the Roman Navy.
This is a huge floor tile,
Sid.
and like many of the tiles, in fact almost all of
I've got something for you.
they're stamped CLBR, which is an abbreviation for Classis Britannica, or the British Fleet. And it's not really the Royal Navy or equivalent, it's like Roman soldiers with ships and
And this is
Roman
Sort of like
army.
the MOD.
It's a
token
little
of
bit like that, so we
lasting
think that they
gratitude.
were operating what appears
But
to be a huge
I
army.
wouldn't mind to make you a far grander gift.
A Roman flag on
It's
it.
designed for a certain sword passed down from chief to chief for generations. Now hold on, Sultan.
Is close to a huge
There's a reason no one's made that blade in centuries. There's not been a craftsman equal to the task.
part of what could be a
I'll
huge
admit your cinders make impressive steel, and I've learned to own an edge Odin would be proud of.
This particular
But the engravings on that thing are enough to make a jeweler cry.
And so one of the things
And they're not just for show, either.
is just what
Have you forgotten what brought you back to Trappist in the first place?
bathhouse, and we got the slag. We have
A certain ring?
So we could have acres and
I knew I'd
acres.
never
think of an
So I
industrial
turned my
Don't
hand
let
to
them
a different kind of metalwork.
Are we really
Tools.
going to do that in 3 days?
I'd say we're equal with any master craftsman ever to have graced a forge.
Well, certainly it's going to be a challenge.
You know what?
Searching this woodland for
I
archaeology
think you
is
might
not
be
going to
right.
be easy.
Right.
It could even be
You
dangerous.
wouldn't mind if Sultan came back with
Investigating
anyway,
around
would
the
you?
golf course itself should have its
He's more than welcome. As long as he can keep our secrets.
To begin with,
Right.
we're going to focus
So
our
fair.
attention on this
Get your
flat
tools.
area of the
We've got a
Golf
legend to
Park,
forge.
just next to the 13th fairway. Why here, Guy? I know we can't chop down the whole forest, but why do you clear this up the hill?
Well, you may have noticed, Tony, it's not exactly an open greenfield site up there.
Sure.
So we've been looking for a long time to find somewhere that might be where the buildings were, that we think must have been operating this Roman ironworking site. Here, we've got a flat terrace, much flatter than anywhere else around here, and overlook the whole of the ironworking site, which we know is down there, and it overlooks the bathhouse, which is over here. And Gerald, who's been working here for years, has got some very good reasons for picking out this spot as being a likely area to look at.
Well, my reasons are, apart from the location that Guy pointed out, the fact that the chap who laid the golf course out, the engineer, he said that it'd be worth looking on the left-hand side of the 13th fairway. Now,
Is that where we are?
where we
Yeah. Out of iron slag.
Ah, the
To get a
man
better
himself.
idea of the kind of
We
industrial
were just about to make a start on that sword, I promise
we're going
you.
to attempt to smelt some
Funny.
iron.
But none
The
of
same
this
way
would
the
have been
roads
possible
were
without your help.
1,500 years ago. The first task today is to make a furnace
You
using
remember
clean
Camille?
clay.
We'd be using his metalwork for the grip. The steel, meanwhile, will be tempered in fire, burning the cinders you charmed out of old Sultan here. And that wet stone from the outline, that'll be what gives the blade its edge.
the height is something we've got to judge, because that
And the final flourish will be my talented
On
colleagues
the terrace,
engraving.
there's nothing to report.
A team effort led by the
Now let's
greatest
conduct two smaller
flexible
furnaces to test another down
Now,
option.
save that talk till the thing's finished, yeah? Right, I'm ready if you are.
But at the
To the
moment,
bellows
all I
it
can
is
show
then.
us of visiting school children is Victor's impression of what this site may have looked like when the Romans were here. We know this is here, this is the bathhouse, and we know there would have been all this smoke here because it was a smelting works, and this is what we're hoping to find over the course of the weekend. But at the moment,
Well,
all we've got
fuck
is one
me.
trench with a load of roots
We actually did.
and one bit of thing that looks like a flower pot.
Play.
Hopefully Phil will have more success, because he's gone off to help out smelting team collect some iron ore from a quarry literally just down the road.
Well, the advantage with this clay is that in it are bands of ironstone, seams of iron. What we've got to try and do is
Trust
find
you'll
some
take good care of it.
cool stuff
you.
for crows.
Both of you.
So,
Look at that!
does this make you the greatest craftsman alive then?
Tater picking, isn't it, eh?
This,
It's virtually a single on it.
this was just following the footsteps the greats of old. It'll take more than that to earn us our place in history.
Amazing.
But we're up for the challenge.
That's it, that's the stuff. Look, that's
Yeah.
actually, that's how you can tell.
That's what it is. That's the stuff. That is pure.
Sultan and I got talking on the home road back from Draboist.
Other things.
We reckon that those atoms there, we could craft something even better than the wreck craft. Something worthy of a legendary outlaw adventure.
We've only been going a few minutes. We must
That's
have
what I'd like to see.
damn near a third of a bucket full.
You leave this list with me.
I was hoping you'd say that.
One legend at a time, eh, lads? Before you start on the next, who fancies raising a cup to friendship reforged?
Good idea.
Make a big knife or
No more drinking to forget my past. It's about time I had something to celebrate. Then tap the kegs! Spoken boys are on their way!
Where are you?
That's the golf course at the moment, Tony. He's stuck in a bunker.
No, I'm trying to do at the moment is take a wider look at the landscape around the site, and out here on the golf course you can get a better idea of the landscape without trees on it.
But surely the golf course is going to have been landscaped in the 20th century. You're not going to get much there, are you?
Yeah, the golf course was built in 1970, and often there is a perception that the golf courses do destroy everything round about them, but sometimes they do actually preserve lumps and bumps. And out where I am at the moment, 13th fairway, there's a whole series of lumps and bumps which may or may not be archaeology. I'm not sure at the moment, but I'm working at it, Tony.
Do your best, mate. Over and out. Brenda, how are you getting on where you are?
Well, the good news is that we found an awful lot of this iron-rich ore that Phil could smelt. The bad news is that the whole trench is entirely natural, and there's no sign whatsoever of any Roman activity at all.
The trouble is, there's nothing in Trench 2 either, or Trench 3 for that matter. Even the dogs lost interest and stopped digging. Dowsing hasn't worked, but the debate about why will have to wait for another day. I know there doesn't appear to be anything here, but quite frankly, I'm not sure what it is that we expected might have been here.
Well, I think we can start with what we know for a fact. We are on the edge of a huge Roman ironworking site. If you could just imagine looking down over the slope beyond, we'd have a huge stinking area of industrial waste and smelting and smoke, a very unpleasant, vicious, sort of tough, hard knocks area. And over just to the side, the Roman bathhouse with all its effluent and waste coming out of it, that's all going to be flowing away down there. And there must have been more to it than that. We're looking for something like the commandant's house, a fort.
Trouble with your gear, or
It's just a question of locating it. I think we're going to go back to first principles on this site and look at the
wait, all that shit.
and how that might relate to the site. And I think we've got to concentrate on the high ground around it, on the upside
Come on,
side
that
of the
one.
drainage of the bathhouse. We've got three areas. We've got one up on the golf course where the earthworks, which are Pigs Avenue.
I never thought me and Sultan would ever speak again.
100 yards from
Let alone
the
work
bathhouse
together.
where we
And if
found
it
some
hadn't been for
earthworks.
you,
Now they're promising at the moment, so we need to
you'd been a
examine.
good friend of me,
We
Clive.
basically send the strimmers in,
The best.
and then we send the magnetometry in, and then we send the digger in and dig lots of test holes.
The same for you, dear.
Tomorrow. We should go before we're bitten to death.
Yeah.
There are some things we can still do today, such as light the furnace to begin the slow process of drying it out.
I reckon you'll do a good job. Blame me, Irish. What was you going to do? Just light it in the entrance to the...
Very small fire to begin with.
Oh, that's beginning to draw up through the chimney already.
Fine.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, don't tell me you run out of happy nuts and all.
Man, there's definite heat there, isn't it?
That will take
What do you
through.
Yeah.
But we don't want to take it out too fast, just gently.
Meanwhile, we could have some
Full of
things
oil
to
and
play with, because behind the terrace on the 13th, John thinks he may have found something. What here?
Wonder if anyone's in
Stuart has listened to survey, so we've done from the T there, right to the brow of the hill. Well, look for yourself, Tony. It's absolutely chock-a-block full of anomalies. These are the sort of responses we were hoping for from the platform.
Well, I don't think we're going to be able to excavate here, do you?
Well, probably not. I mean, the only point is we're getting the anomalies coming right to the edge of the grid. So here, it's just possible they're going to extend. So maybe a trench at the edge?
Well, end of day one, looks like there might be a silver lining. Join us after the break because we may be excavating a golf course.
Straight down the middle. It went straight down the middle.
Day two, and it's a busy morning on the golf course. Hopefully soon, GeoFizz will be able to tell us if the archaeology they detected underneath the 13th fairway continues into the rough, where we can dig a trench.
Oh, it should be somewhere nearby.
Our search for further evidence of the Roman ironwork site has spread to other areas of woodland.
Just because the heavens are gone for it. Nearly done.
In particular, this area of high ground next to the 12th fairway.
I've got greens of all different sizes.
Which we've decided to investigate. Carenza! What's this dip?
Well, we don't know, but we want to find out. I think it's the answer. We think it might be some sort of industrial weapon system, something like that. But it's a very definite feature.
It's been a pleasure,
It's quite a definite
Doris.
mound there.
Just like they times, I'll give you also some thought, my lady.
Using the mini digger, it shouldn't take us too long to find out what
How goes the
is.
investigation?
See it. What brings you to Lazarus Rest?
You.
Thankfully, the experimental
I heard you were
focus
out here
iron
on the road
night
tracking our
will leave
slaver.
the rest of the day to
I
continue
trust you're
drying
being
out.
careful.
Of course.
While this is
It
happening,
had
the
to be
main
me.
job for our smelting team
The
is
bearers
to
from the
try to
Dragon's
dry
Airy
out
confirmed
all
the
the
suspicion of mine that the slaver we've been tracking is an old acquaintance.
when it goes into the
She's
furnace
no
tomorrow.
fool. If we'd come in force, she would have spotted us straight away, then vanished without a trace.
That was her just now, wasn't it? So, was it a fruitful reunion?
I'd say so. She tried to recruit me. Seems her time in this area is coming to an end. She's abducted bearers from across the region and is looking to smuggle them back into Sanbrecht. After her brush with those beastmen on the road to Northreach, she hired herself an imperial escort, which she wants me to join. She's dangerous, Sid, but I think I can stop her.
Then I'm going with you. I'll take care of the escort. You can see the bearers to safety. Where are they?
The Baum archers seem to break camp. You go on ahead. I'll follow up with the road back to the hideaway.
Earthworks up like that. And this is an area of high ground still to look at. And what we're left with is trying to work out where any settlement might be in relation to this bathhouse, which is down here. This is the dirty water side. That's the way water's flowing. So latrines, dirty water, etc., all the industrial stuff is all going to be down slopes and go that way. So this is the clean side. So if we're looking for any high status segment with this, it's either going to be on high ground up there or high ground up here above.
Or up here on the 13th, where GeoFizz are currently working. And the sooner we can start a trench up here, the better, because at the moment, all we've got to show for our hard work in the woods are lots of these.
Right, that's excellent. This is it's a classic.
Although we have now found a lot of iron slag under an uprooted tree.
God, isn't that heavy too?
Yeah.
Yeah, it contains a lot of iron. The whole secret of this process is that a lot of iron is sacrificed to form the slag, so that it flows away from the iron that's in the furnace.
Jerry will analyse the iron slag we produce tomorrow and compare it with some of these samples.
So are we sure this slag's Roman, Jenny? Have you got any pottery to go with it?
Yeah, we've had a few bits and some nice rim shirts, so I
Oh,
think,
look, and is that a nail?
yeah.
That's excellent. So that's that. I mean, we've actually got the full process. This is the end product. This is the end product, the finished thing. If we can take that back as well and look at that under the microscope, that will tell us an awful lot about it.
The uprooted tree is located here, and this evidence will be added. If it's not a wall, what might it be? Well, it may be a wall, it's just we can't see it through the yet. It may be a rubble wall, it may be rubble spread. Could be. And although we've got no finds from it, just in the trench down there, we've got some bits of sanding there and some bits of Roman tile. So there's Roman stuff in the immediate vicinity. The way things are going, I'd be happy to find anything Roman. And I still feel that our best hope is out on the 13th, where we at least have some good geophys
We haven't broken camp yet.
We've got some good news at last.
Yeah, we're immensely relieved. We thought we could only put a trench in right
We've
into
waited
the
long
rock
enough.
around here. And as you
She's
can see,
not
it's
coming.
not got much in it. But we've just discovered
Ready to bear us.
that we
We're
can
leaving.
put a trench
Well,
in
that's just
as
civilization,
far
isn't
into the
it?
golf course as the edge of the rough, which
With
the
all
most
hate,
distance is.
let any of you lackwits start talking like you feckless bumpkins.
I mean, I'd have
I
liked
presume
to
your men are ready. We've suffered too many delays and accidents. Any more and I'll be dogging your pay.
Yes, ma'am.
Superb anomalies.
Oh,
Where are we on
but
here?
before you go,
Just on the edge of
it appears we have company.
as I'll call it.
Good.
So, what we want to see is what the noise is. Let's go.
Well, good geophysics.
You're welcome to try.
Much like buildings under here. Let's hope the You sure it's not cricket or something?
Unless it's a strange game of cricket I've never played, mate. That looks like a regular series of buildings almost from up here, Mick. I mean, I'd hesitate to say villa, but
Well, it makes sense. The commandant could have lived off-site in a swanky villa. First,
So much for
check
your
with the county
escort.
archaeologist that nothing is already on record.
You'll forgive me for not avenging my men. I'm not the fool human I used to be. I surrender.
Now all we
Do
do
with
is
me
ask
as
permission
you
from
wish.
the landowner so that
Sid,
it's
the
geophysical
outlaw.
field.
Sid,
Done outside, John. So far, so good. How's it looking, John?
Doris,
I think we're having.
I take it you're not here to rescue me from our brooding renegades.
we've come here, seen it on the ground for the first time,
You know,
walked across it, and I'm
I always wondered where you vanished to.
across the field.
We're
Casting your lot as the criminal of all people.
noise that.
Better fighting for a cause than killing for coin.
Is that the sort of...
I'm sorry, Sid. I should have told you sooner.
Yeah,
You
I
can
mean,
see it.
my experience on
This
field like
woman,
it tells me this is a monster.
my former master,
Trained.
Now, in certain
once trained fair children to be weapons in service of the highest bidder.
magnetically.
She raised me like a daughter,
Signals.
and I
I
did
personally don't think it is worth
terrible things to earn her favour. It wasn't all terrible. Surely, we had our fun too.
I think so.
So, the
You were
mystery
always so
continues.
eager to
Where
learn.
are the high-status
She
Roman
had such
buildings we
clever
can
hands.
find on a site like this?
All my other children took either to the blade or to the book.
You've got to have a
We raised
reasonable commandant.
either or.
And at the
But
moment, we
you
are running out of
proved yourself a master of both.
high-status buildings could be just like
That's why I kept you for my
This
own.
is the area where Gerald's excavated
How
before,
about it?
and he thinks it's the
My
place
little
where the
dagger?
ironworkers lived.
Care to
Now,
swear
having
that
started
blade to me
cleaning up one of
again?
his trenches to
I
check this
never
interpretation,
swore my
it's already
blade
clear that
to
there's more
you,
than a work
nor
of
will I
art.
ever.
I think we've got
I fight for a higher cause, to liberate the bearers of this world.
We've got a lot to refer.
Farewell, Master.
We've got a lot
Thank
to
you
refer
for making me the weapon I am.
iron filings as
You
well.
always were a righteous child.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Perhaps that's the reason I loved you so.
We have one small piece of pot in situ. I thought you were going to say no, actually. That does look very.
What do you want to do with her?
Got a little bit of
I am not the killer she wanted me to be.
It looks like there could be
Not
several
anymore.
periods of activity.
And she no longer has
Which is
friends in
really
high places.
suspect, given this was an
The Dame
important
does, though.
site producing iron.
Her connections at the Imperial Courts will see that justice is done.
All right. If you're certain.
The coastline
I am.
here in Roman times was very
And
different
thank you.
from how it
For
is
everything.
now. These cross-hatched areas here mark inland
Now,
paths,
I better let
which
these bearers know that they're
really
safe.
very close to where we are here at Beauport Park. And that allowed the Roman fleet to come in here and be involved in the iron extraction and smelting activity.
That makes a lot of sense because it seems rather strange that we've
I
got
should head back to the hideaway and close-minded
rolling
ease.
up miles inland now.
Yeah, that's right. But don't think of the Roman Navy as being something equivalent to our Royal Navy. This is really a small section of the Roman army, almost like Royal Engineers, soldiers with ships.
They're just using ships as a way of getting stuff from A to
That's
B.
absolutely right, yes.
What sort of ships would they have been then?
Well, because they were made of wood, they don't really survive, and the only kind of evidence we've normally got is something like this coin, for example, which was struck in Britain by the Roman Emperor Carausius. Actually, he used to be commander of the British fleet, but he set himself up as emperor here, and part of his commemoration was to put pictures of his ships on the coins.
But so far, we haven't found
Welcome
any
back,
trace
Sid.
of the Roman Navy.
Doris's message just arrived. I hear you saved more bears from being smuggled across the border. But very likely I'll be joining us in the hideaway shortly. Oh, and letter.
We've seen this.
We don't need to worry about Doris anymore. I've been hoping as much. She mentioned one or two things in her report. So the slaver we've been chasing all these months was her former master. Wish I'd known. She's been arrested, by the way, over in Sembri. Went quietly, you know, so we're told. She won't begin with lightly. The Empire may have no love for bearers. It's none too fond of black market traders either. It wouldn't be easy for Doris. I'm sure it wasn't. Don't worry. She'll be alright. Hope so. Suppose you should know, eh? You had quite the pass yourself before you came here, or so I understand. Anyway, thanks again, Sid. The chaos breakers would be lost without Doris. And you, of course.
But they'd have to
Keep up the good work, Carl.
Yeah, but let's look at the site. I mean, this bathhouse, really it's very impressive. It sure survived to 8 feet high at that end. But even Gerald said, you know, that a lot of things about it are not high status. You know, he said there was 12 types of column walls, but no designs or anything. It's, if you like, a sort of ordinary bathhouse.
But we know the Navy were here. We know there were those big Classicus Britannicus stands.
Hi there, John.
What's that?
We're just ruminating here. I'm just a bit concerned that it closed down the trench on the 13th.
Yeah, I went up there to see Phil and we couldn't see any gate.
What's troubling me is that we've got all these strong building spaces. I'm not seeing any brick, I'm not seeing any tile, there's no slag.
That's why we shut it down, because we couldn't see anything like that.
Yeah, but it's not naturally magnetic.
Right.
There just has to be a reason for that. I think it's much too early to dismiss that trench. I think we need another look and to talk to Jerry.
Okay, let's get
let's
going.
do that.
Victor, what are you doing?
Oh, it's just you and Mick room and bathhouse.
I'm kind of drunk. Well, let's hope John's right, that there is something under the 13th fairway. But maybe Mick's also right, that this was a huge ironworks with no posh houses and no other stone buildings at all.
Maybe some.
End of day 2, and as you can see, the iron smelting's going great. But the archaeology's been really hard. Lots of discussions, lots of dead ends, and no Roman building. But we've still got 2 good leads. The unexplained wall, and the one area of high ground that Stuart hasn't explored
Honestly, it don't look anything archaeological at all. You've got to look closely though, Nick. You look here, Tony.
2 down.
month ago.
Staining. The flecks of charcoal. There's actually bits of iron ore in here that's been burnt. You're actually getting bits of slag out. And what Jerry's doing, he's going over with the magnet. He's actually pulling bits of magnetic material.
Magnetic slag. It's possibly burnt ore. Things that have been really up to high temperature. And by high, we mean probably over 600 degrees centigrade.
So does that mean it's likely to be somewhere where smelting took place?
I think it's probably more likely to be ore roasting, where they're actually preparing the ore before they start to smell, which we've done as well with the experiment.
And that would explain all these strong magnetic anomalies. We've got very high temperatures and very high magnetic readings.
All right, well, now we know that it's a magnetic problem. What are we going to do? Meanwhile, at our own mini-industrial site, final preparations are underway for our attempt to try and smelt iron in the same way the Romans might have done. Only the richest of our roasted iron ore will be selected and crushed without the furnace.
The whole British.
In the meantime, it looks like Phil's going to be needed out on the 13th.
It's unusual for you to be short of words, isn't it? Well, it speaks for itself, doesn't it?
Well, after yesterday's disappointments, this is really encouraging. And it's not long before Phil's found more pottery.
I think this is not going to come out in 1 week. It's going to break up here. Well, I think it already has broken up. Let me just get it out. We need your expertise right here. Using that thing. Yeah, it does actually fit together. We've got this.
But we hadn't found any trace of high-status buildings to go with the bathhouse, although Stuart's still searching the last area of high ground. While in our trench here, across the earthwork, we're beginning to think we haven't got enough time to find out what this mound is.
Yeah, seems to be a purpose-built mound. Yeah, of the same material. Clay, broken rubble, sandstone rubble. But no dates. Nothing at all.
In order to concentrate our efforts on the 13th,
What do you think it is, guys?
Well, it's the base of an old glass bottle. And if you feel on one side, for instance, the side with the X, that's taken up the texture of one side.
That's all of them.
The glass bottle.
Oh, I'm getting across his toes now.
Perhaps a little bit of habitation, that sort of thing. It's more like domestic refuse than it is somebody with a glass bottle sitting beside an iron smelting furnace.
Right.
Oh, right in the trench.
Stuart to be Gaston.
Nick, cool. Yes, Stuart, Rick listening.
Step back.
Nick, I'm reporting back on that walk through the high ground, Yellow Big High Ridge, the third bridge that we looked at from the helicopter. I walked all the way down it, come round the northern side with this military
I wasn't expecting you back so soon.
I've seen absolutely no indication
Is it good or
of
bad?
anything else. Where trees are turned over, the soil's sterile, there's no slag, nothing.
Well, what this means is that we're going to have to concentrate on what we have found, and on our iron smelting experiment, which has now reached the stage where
Good, thankfully. Yeah.
I'll put some more in.
Yes, please.
That's brilliant!
So one of the big
I'll come to the smelter right away!
That's an unknown. I don't want to put it in too fast. Right. Okay, for the moment. Now we've got 14 kilos, 28 kilos of charcoal. We're actually putting in twice my weight, so it's actually a bit more than that. You put a bit more. I put all that in there, right? That's the first kilo.
Nay, I present it to you.
we need to reach a temperature of over 1,000 degrees, which is going to amount to a lot of hard work on the bellows over the next couple of hours.
She's a beauty.
But this, as we understand it,
You
is
say
just
we
the way
think it again,
British
Richard,
work
and I ain't about to let your good deed go unrewarded. It's fine, really. My bag, sir. That's enough already. Oh, do you see that? I'm sure I can make a few improvements to it, yeah. You could just buy me a bigger... I'll pay that class. It's this there. Reckon you could loosen it up and make some more room? I reckon I know how. There's a new alloy we've been working on. The thermal furnace was just what we needed to perfect it. It's a metal thing, so it's lovely and strong, but it's also, well, stretchy. If you can believe it. Stretchy metal.
Fair enough.
Well,
2
if
days
you
ago, we were
insist.
talking about the
That
Imperial
is
Roman
the
Navy.
spirit. You'll love it. I promise.
Well, they did. We've got the bypass, that's what brought us here, and we had this perfectly legitimate target to find out where the fleet was. We've got the bypass that we would have expected to kind of thought that's something, a theory that's been hanging around this place for a very long time. That's what we came to look into.
What do you reckon?
You're beginning to think that maybe they didn't build a fort here.
We're beginning to think
Actually quite ingenious. Thank you, wine. You mentioned it. You earned it. I wanted to get some practice into that letter anyway. Reckon we'll have all kinds of uses for it around the hideaway.
So then they'd just have been a small detachment.
That's our job, isn't it? Dreaming up new ways to make life easier around here. Maybe even out there, too. One day, the whole world's going to know about the inventions you helped us put together. That bag of yours will be the first of many. You mark my words. I'll only believe their eyes, I'm sure.
It's the comfy quarters for the people in charge.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 808. 2, 3,
4. I feel like a slave driver.
The temperature varies in different parts of the furnace.
That's nearly 1,000 degrees in there then, Jake. I mean, oh yeah, it's great to know this scientifically, but how the Romans, how would they have known what the temperature was in there?
What colour is that today?
Well, that's a bright, vivid red.
Well, when you recognise that colour, you know it's that temperature. I mean, it doesn't matter what number it is, that's the colour you want.
Right.
So we're going a bit hotter than that, but we're nearly there.
Geophiz have now finished their survey of the 13th pyramid. It looks like they've got more of the same kind of signals, except for this large block.
Covered in reason.
Guess what's coming? That we're almost at the end of the day and you want to put another hole or something.
John and Jerry would like to know what it is, but where exactly is it?
Run out of happy nuts and all.
Can you repeat?
Over.
Over.
Going first bringing you down.
Oh, that's all right then. It's running very well, but can you see the big build up there? Yeah! That's on the bottom of the balloon. We don't want it in there, so I'm going to break that up. It's a shame to break it up. You can stop pumping a minute. That's the bloom, is it? No, it's on the bottom of the balloon. That's
You'll not find a better price than that. Rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that.
Look at that!
No, that's slag.
That's slag! Look at it! Look at it! Look at it coming! Oh, look at it coming! It's amazing! Look at that! I don't believe it! Oh yeah, it's like it is.
Not over.
Look at it coming!
Okay, if you stop, I'll be able to block this up now.
It's pouring out!
Just carry on. We need to heat up again.
Oh, I see.
Because there's more of it to come. So we've got to get all the slag out to leave the oil in there. That's only part of the story.
What's he got? Well, we put the little hole in we discussed, and it's just carried on going down.
I reckon I can find the thing. Not over.
Cool, did you get this out?
Yes.
I reckon I can find the thing.
What's our biggest find over the last
Not
3
over.
days?
No, I think Sherry.
I'm thankful you got that much.
Jerry, can you hear me? It's Tony. Hello, Tony. It's Jerry. Over.
Not over.
Hi there, Jerry.
Come again. Oh, ghost. I must not be over down the way.
Right, this is furnace lining. What we've got is the clay lining of the furnace, and it's been heavily attacked by slag, so it shows the furnace has been used over a long period of time.
And is there any indication from that whether it's pre-Roman or Roman or medieval?
No, not as such. You get more periods. So, in itself, it's not dating. The question I would have to ask the archaeologists is the dating evidence with
Good
it.
morrow to you, my friend.
From above and below it. So that's really well stratified. That's excellent.
So you're happy to say it's Roman?
Yes.
You have the darkenings.
It wouldn't have been a city.
Be that as
No. It has been dumped into a pit, or whatever this feature is.
I have a few new notes that might interest you.
Not this side. I mean, the small pieces of tap slag that we've been finding, my guess is that probably, virtually anywhere in the region has been moved around. This
I believe you will find most interesting.
Pits or something, so it's within meters.
You'd be happy to say that 1900 or so years
What
ago,
subject shall we consider today?
the Romans were smelting iron.
But more probably the local Britons and the Roman supervision of smelting iron here, yes. That looks promising. Tell you what, Jay, you're working a thirst on this job.
Oh yeah, we'll sort that out later. Right, can you pull that one out?
Yeah.
No, there we are. Now that's...
Hopefully
you've got something in there.
There it is.
Okay.
Here it is. This is the bloom which should contain our iron, if we've been successful.
Yes, lovely. Okay, that way.
Oh!
Don't worry. We've got to do this lots of times.
Don't worry.
We've got to do this lots of times to compress it gently.
How are you feeling,
Now,
Joshua?
13th, it's a question of risking life and limb to looking
But
at the
not nearly
fridge,
as well as
which is
you
almost
should
in
be.
front of the tea.
Your costume burns me a few, but your body still bears the burden of every spell cast.
I mean, the good thing
And
about
what would you have me do?
we're straight down onto
It was no ordinary foe. It was the warden of darkness. Yet still it was not enough. The king could have ended it at any moment, but instead chose to toy with like a curled up a mouse. You underestimate yourself. Oh, it was crystal clear. Only one man expected his journey that day, and that man was Barnabas.
Be tempted to leave because we might be taking the
I'm sorry, brother. That was ill-spoken.
What is it
It's
that you're
just,
looking to find?
I have never thought through harmless. And with so many other people I've just seen,
very little known about these types of furnaces. Well, I mean, the big evidence we've got are the slag heaps.
yeah, perhaps the prince
We
feels
know
the
they're
same.
doing it, but exactly where are they doing it and how are they doing it? How does their furnace or roasting design compare to the ones that we've experimented with? Attention, Jake. But what exactly are you doing? Are you just beating that iron into shape? Is that the idea?
Compressing it with forcing out its slag. Yeah, we need it at sort of bubbling temperature, but we try both to compress and force out the slag that's still in there. So there'll be some slag. We've got to do it fairly gently at this stage.
And every time you hit it, then you're getting rid of more impurities and you get more and more better iron.
Because the bloom is full of little holes where silicas run out, so it's not a solid block. We've got to make it into a solid block before we can do any sweating of it.
In Jerry's portable lab, we're going to compare slag produced in the Roman period with bits of slag from our furnace. First under the microscope is the Roman sample.
What you've got is these little, what we call dendrites. They're like sort of embryonic Christmas trees.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is where the crystals grow in and melt.
Does that mean they haven't got the iron out?
They haven't. All this iron oxide
What is this place?
is showing that they are, well, it's probably that the ore is so rich that they don't mind. But there's an awful lot of iron oxide left in it.
Is this why people reuse Roman slag in later times? Because they knew they could get iron out?
Yeah.
Now, how does that compare with iron slag from our furnace?
Just really focus.
So they got the voids as we had before.
Yeah, those are the voids. But now, iron oxide are these little, really small crystallite dendrites. Jake has done a tremendous job, assuming we get some iron out, that he's far superior as a smelter. And people are using that. But I think that one of the differences would be that this is mass production.
It's fresh from the well.
And probably with very low skill levels.
Yeah. If you look into the fire, we should see, anyone now, we should see little sparks like a spark coming out of the fire. And there they come. Can you see brush the back?
Right, yeah, right. I mean, does that mean we got iron?
That means we got iron. A nice piece of iron.
Good bit of iron.
A good bit of iron.
Oh, not only do we get iron, we get good iron.
Grandmother told me spirits sometimes get lost, and that the lanterns guide them to their proper place. I set one in the room for her when she passed away.
And John's keen to see what we found in the trench with the rabbit hole.
Did Jerry come back? Or have you done this? Have you got the call?
No, Jerry.
Look at that. Just fantastic. Today, it seems as though we've had much better luck. Although we haven't dug enough of this feature to be sure, this could be a charcoal burning pit. Just one of the many needed to produce charcoal for the 100 or so furnaces that Jerry has speculated must have been here. It's been a
He
tough
works from the shadows. Was it you who guided my hand then, Ultima? No, not you. This is my doing, my fault, my sin to bear. And for it, I must atone.
Your hurts are healing nicely. It was my poultices that saw you well.
You make them.
And sell them, or try to. Earns me enough for bread, most days.
Forgive me. I have nothing to.
I know, but I couldn't just leave you lying there. You're going then?
Of course. I'm healed. Thanks to you and your poultices.
Will you promise to come back and visit?
returning to Waloed soon, I gather.
I see no reason to wait.
Then neither do I.
I can think of a few, but I doubt they'll stop you. You will take your medicine.
Of course. Lady Tyre.
So I'm leaving already, are you?
How long will it take us to get back to Ash?
Dunno, about the same amount of time it took us to get here. Maybe less, if your uncle can find someone trustworthy to patch up the Enterprise. All depends on where we're putting in support, mind.
Yes, as long as if we can put ashore wherever we choose. We have to assume that the whole of Ash is hostile, and that we'll be attacked on sight.
Then we must find a place they won't think to look. And I have an idea who might want one.
The Professor! I'll go until you come in.
While you're plotting our course, I'll be in the shelves with your lawsman. I wish to pick his brains about Ultima.
Then I'll talk to Karen about supplies for the journey. They may not be easy to come by in Ash. Your brother's body won't take much more of this restlessness. You know that, don't you?
I do. to the lid at the back, eh, boy?
Covered in nicks and
Our lead-up panel, Michael Snell, is here. Emma's no congressional reporter. Peter Baker, chief White House correspondent for the New York Times. Dave Weiss, political reporter for Semaphore, and Emma Snell, White House reporter.
I was wondering when you'd arrive.
In New York, you were
Please tell me you've come to take our young prodigy here off my hands.
In store for tonight. What more can you tell us? So what we're
I'm not here to knit.
to do is
I need information on Ash.
inside of this speech.
Then why not ask Molly if you can look in one of her ovens?
Was influence interference by
Go on.
By Chinese.
As soon as the Enterprise is ready, we'll be setting out for Drake's spine.
Is that
And we're going to need a safe place to land.
in 2020,
Preferably one that won't seem shipwrecked. If it were that easy, do you think Waloed would have resisted invasion for so long? Very little is known of Ash, and the information we do have is spotty and outdated.
Intelligence gathered
We have the good King Bond as
analysts at the time, and
Waloed's borders have been closed to outsiders since the day he seized the throne. If there is anywhere safe to
no one
land,
that I talked to,
we won't find it.
whether it's current administration
And tell us what we will find.
intelligence
I'm sure you know better than we do.
But no splinters.
No one says that the Chinese interfered and
If it would get
so
you
much
out
that
of
they
my hair.
influenced the outcome of the 2020
But
election.
interrupt
They did not
and it's over.
at all
Understood.
touch or manipulate voting votes and the outcome of the election. So we expect the president, though, to really zero in on China and
Barnabas
those around
Brown,
him, like Bill,
the one they
the
call
DNI,
the last
urged him to
king.
declassify
Understand him, and you will understand the kingdom of Waloed.
regarding China or Iran.
Barnabas was only a boy when he arrived from beyond the southern seas and declared the alliance before he united the ragged tribes of Ash. And having unleashed them upon the formidable Valdemar, he set his throne upon the ancient kingdom's ruins. The victory sent shockwaves around Vanthea. Tales of Odin's might spreading through every court, parlor, and drinking hole in the realm. Note that this was in the year 843, and that the king still sits upon his throne 40 years later, quite untouched by time. Waloed's recent inaction left many wondering if Odin had lost his appetite for war, and yet here we are. The Einherjar was committed to the fray, a bold declaration of intent. Orcs swarm around Drake's fans and throngs of Akashic haunt canvas streets. Though how precisely the havoc they wreak serves Waloed remains unclear. Regardless, if the orders to attack truly came from King Barnabas, then one thing is certain. Waloed has achieved the impossible and made bedfellows of beast men and the ether adults, all of which is a roundabout way of saying that you will be in unknown territory when you set foot on Ash.
The networks, but for facts,
Much of the continent has already been lost to the blight, and what few ports remain will be finished regardless.
And that is to say no to its natural defenses.
You know what they aired?
Offshore currents will cast an ill-equipped ship out to sea one moment and dash it against the rocks the next. So then the Enterprise is anything but ill-equipped. And this has made land there before. Now, if only there was someone with an intimate knowledge of the Shadow Coast, and where a daring gentleman might be sure.
The president's going to talk about 2020. In doing this, they love when Republicans, egged on by the president, question the 2020 election. It is very
You had the answer all along.
It was
Do you
very
think you can get us back to that beach there?
Take you off from it then, huh? Not that it were easy. Of course, we're right behind us. But then, if it wasn't hard, it would be doing, would it?
Democrats versus Republicans. You've seen that at the same time.
Thank you, Lady Vivian.
When pressed on
There's a few morsels of common knowledge and a sprinkling of cabin talk are worthy of your thanks. I wonder what genuine intelligence
been evasive about it. The
Probably more
president is
business.
able to move Republican rhetoric
I need everyone to be able to now.
to an extent.
I'll fetch Joshua to the shelf.
So the Democrats are worried about, I think, from the speech. It's not even where it airs, what it contains. It's more what actions would he take, would Bill Pulte take that interfere with vote counting, mail ballots, etc. in the upcoming election. This speech, they're happy to do it. They may be a little bit too happy from the conversations I had.
What is it that you wish to learn? Here you are.
Laura's first point, a speech like this sows distrust. What it really can do, to Dave's point,
The state of the realm is ever-changing, Clive.
Republicans in a tough spot.
Yeah, this is a person who is singularly obsessed with this topic, and no, he doesn't care that other Republicans don't want him to revisit it. He has come into office with one almost overarching goal, which is to prove that he didn't lose the 2020 election. He's not a loser. He hates the idea that he was a loser, and he has been talking about. He's been, not only talking about using instruments of government to rewrite history the last year and a half, whether it be
I have no reason to assume that. You must let me say.
Tulsi Gabbard down there, whether it be
He really spoke before on divinity about him. He inspired me to delve deeper into the subject. And what I discovered appears to agree with the findings of his case. You will recall that my quest to uncover Option's origins began with the neural change. While I've always known it to be important, its secrets have heretofore eluded. Now, however, I believe I know where to find a more complete example, one that will reveal all
White House reporter Laura Barron Lopez. The Brennan Center
Have you ever in your travels chanced to hear of the circle of Manuel?
An MS Now legal
You
analyst,
think not.
former
You
U.S.
have.
attorney Barbara
But there was
Wade.
once a
She's also
time
the
when
author
faith
of
flourished, the focused no religion in between,
Saving
and
America
though
from
its popularity eventually waned on storm,
It is great to have all of you guys
hints of its
with
dogma
me this morning
remain
ahead
embedded
of
in more
Laura's
modern
time
faiths such
address
as the
to the
Christian
president.
Orthodox.
Laura, I want to start with you.
Wait.
One person close to the
You
White
should have
House
warned
told me
us
that this is all about
You're
personal
rash.
vindication for
Religious
Trump.
monuments
What
are
else can you
often
tell me
torn
is
down
going to
or
happen?
repurposed when new faiths
The
rise to
president
prominence.
is expected to once again claim that the 2020 election
Then
was
perhaps the
stolen. We
ancient
know that that's
covenants
false.
might still
Inside
stand.
of this, he is expected
So,
to release
you see now
classified,
why I
previously
must
classified
accompany
documents,
you to a
intelligence.
It would appear
The
the past
White House,
would have much
that
to teach us,
administration officials
though in this
have
case
said
it would not have been possible without
eventually
the
alleges
leaders of much.
that there was foreign influence, foreign actors' interference in the
But you carried a copy of my old mentor's chronicles all along.
Or
I
on
believe
other
to discover it in good hands.
You could probably
I
go
shall guard
directly
it with
to
my life.
C-SPAN's website.
Joshua, if you're finished here, join me in the ale hall. I need to speak to everyone before we leave. Right away.
The bleeding had been under control for 11 minutes when Raina Akaffer's heart rate broke past 190, and the suppression field readout, for the first
I
time
know
in
you've all heard where we're
documents
going and why.
showed a human
So I won't
patient
bother you with boring
back.
details. Only
She
the important
surfaces,
ones.
Yeva said,
If we
not
attempt to
looking up
approach
to the
stone
plants
by
she
sea,
across a
there's
torn
a good chance we'll be
branch.
sighted and full
Field
face to
strength
Captain's artillery.
The anesthetic
So instead, we'll disembark on the southwest coast and make the Drake's fine on foot.
Rings had gone a hard,
I say
starry
we,
violet,
but
was already keen
highly
on
likely the entirety of Ash
Fields
is under the
holding
rule
and
of
calibrated
Ultima.
maximum, Doctor.
A large
I
part of
haven't
it
touched
attract unwanted attention.
Then something's
As well
wrong
as
with
your
calibration.
and
Because her
require
jaw
supplies which may be difficult to obtain.
It was. Under the surgical
Only
drape,
Joshua
under
and
a
I
paralytic
will be
dose
going.
that should have kept every voluntary muscle
And a
around
scout.
Akafra's body as
Preferably a
stone.
good one.
Her jaw worked
Yeah.
like small
You know
raccoons,
many.
like a woman trying to
your
spit
ass,
a
I
mouth
do.
full of water.
Might
Her
still
eyes
borrow some of
shut.
Lady Vivian's
Her lips
lips,
stayed slack.
just in
But the
case,
muscles
like,
of her face,
once you've
ones
dropped across the Shadow
nobody
Coast,
thought to
you need to
fool
retreat into neutral waters.
no Dorothy
Fly
should
mountain
have ever
colours
needed
and
it.
stay
Twitched with
conspicuous.
something that was
If you
unmistakable.
sense any danger at all, you leave us
Orange
behind
Ridge
and return to
Colony
storm.
Hospital surgical
It's
suite
conspicuous with my little name. But like hell, am I leaving anyone
with
behind?
a hard circle
The
of
ship
light.
ain't going nowhere, so you just gave him up the smiling on deck.
Retracted.
Jill,
The ruptured
the Enterprise will appear a tempting target for royalists and pirates
3
alike.
hours of
You'll
careful
stop anyone boarding.
24-year-old
Don't worry.
structural engineer.
I'll keep
And
the
a
ship and
death
her crew safe.
90 minutes ago.
You'll be leaving
It
Passage
closed
home
the
after
circle.
all.
She had come in with her blood pressure in the floor and her pelvis torn open by superheated debris from a conduit
There are no
that should never
questions.
have failed under
I'll
inspection.
see you all at the docks.
They had stopped the worst of the bleeding. They had not, until this moment, stopped to consider that the machine holding her under might not be holding her under at all. Yeva Thal was 18 months into a residency. She'd fought her family for the right to pursue. Dorith medical tradition ran heavily towards specialties with fewer variables and better understood patients, and a xenophysician's track was still, in the eyes of most of her home world, a career spent guessing about species nobody had finished cataloging. She had chosen it anyway, on the strength of a single formative rotation in her second year of training, when a burn case that should have killed a human patient by every model available had instead simply, stubbornly, healed. She had never quite stopped being curious about the gap between what the charts predicted and what actually happened in the bed. It was, she sometimes thought, the only part of the job she'd never gotten used to. Vitals, Yeva said. Heart rate 194 and climbing. Blood pressure spiking with it. She's not supposed to be able to spike a paralyzed, sedated pressure curve. Doctor, the field is supposed to flatten sympathetic. I can read a monitor, Vass. Tell me something the monitor isn't already screaming at me. Vass's ring glow deepened, chastened. Catecholamine markers are off the reference range. Off the human reference range, too, not just ours. I've never seen a number like this on a chart. Across the table, Dr. Vihorn Kessin, senior attending, surgeon of record, a Dorith twice Yeva's age with a gray cast to his skin that had nothing to do with the lighting and everything to do with 40 years of nights exactly like this one, kept his hands steady inside the wound and his eyes on Yeva. Deepen the field. If I deepen the field on a patient already in decompensating shock, her heart's going to stop trying to compensate and just stop, Yeva said. That's not a guess, Doctor. I ran the Threnody team's human cardiac tolerance data before shift. A field strength deep enough to override this breakthrough will drop her pressure into a range her heart can't climb back out of. I'd be trading a patient who's in pain for a patient who's dead. She is paralyzed and sedated and should not be capable of pain. She should not be, she is. The wound had happened 4 hours earlier, 4 decks up, in a coolant gallery that ran the length of Orin Ridge's mining spine, and Raina Akaffer had been, in the ordinary minutes before it happened, doing nothing more dangerous than her job. She'd walked that gallery 11 times in the 2 years since the colony's structural contract had brought her out from Earth, and she knew its sounds the way she knew her own apartments. The low, industrial hum of the coolant lines, the intermittent clank of a pressure valve cycling 3 sections down, the particular silence of a corridor nobody else had reason to be in at that hour.
My Lord Marquis.
She had her scanner in one hand and a half-eaten ration
Your companion.
in the other, and she was thinking, when the joint seal let go, about nothing more significant than whether the mess hall would still have the good coffee left by
But
the
now,
time her shift.
I bid you.
The seal had passed inspection 11 days prior. It was rated for another 6 months of service life.
You seem troubled.
None of that mattered in the
Perhaps I might be
1100th
able
of a
to help.
second. It took for a superheated column of line debris to tear sideways through the gallery.
Perhaps you
Instead
might.
of venting the way the schematics said
It's
it
your
should,
brother.
and Raina's
His
last
condition
clear memory
continues
as
to
the
worsen,
world became
though
noisy
he does his best to
was
hide
the
it.
absurd,
The lesion on his chest pains him more with each
just
passing
stopped
day.
mattering.
I had feared as much.
Myra Castellan
There are
reached her in
certain
5
elixirs
minutes
which can
40
ease the
seconds,
suffering of those
which she
afflicted
would
by the
later
curse,
tell
but
Yeva was either the best or the worst time of her
that's
career,
Grace's case
depending on
is
how the
severe.
next few hours went.
The drafts I
She
have
had
been able
spent
to
6
prepare
years
for
doing
him
this
thus
kind
far
of
have
work,
ceased to have
first
any
in a
real
mining
effect.
colony half the size
Though I
of
consulted
Fort
with
Bridge,
Talia
in the
and
years
certain
before
of my
combat,
comrades among the
only
Undying
certified
about the
human
possibility of
beings
finding
practiced
something
inside its
stronger.
facilities.
And
And then
thankfully,
here,
a recipe
on a
was found.
contract that paid better and asked,
The only
in
problem being
exchange
that the critical
that she
ingredient
be
is
the only
exceptionally hard to
human
come by,
medic on a station
and our
of
supplies
900
are
people,
almost
on
exhausted.
call for exactly
Unless we
this.
can secure more
She had held
food,
pressure on worse wounds
your
than this
brother's
one.
anguish will like the
She had
fire.
never in 6 years held pressure on a
My
wound
lord,
this size,
I
while
know
the
that I
person
have no
underneath her
right
hands
to
stayed
make demands of
conscious
you.
enough to keep trying to talk.
But would you help?
Tell me the ceiling doesn't look
For
weird
Joshua's
too,
sake.
Raina said, somewhere in the blurred middle of it, her voice thin and strange, and somehow still carrying a thread of the dry humor Myra would come to recognize in the weeks that followed as simply who she was. Because if it's just me, that's not great news. It's not just you. Stop talking, save the air. Bossy, you have no idea. Myra had the field transfusion line run before the second medic even finished securing the gurney straps, her hands moving through a sequence she practiced so many times it no longer required thought, which was the only reason she had any attention left over to watch Raina's eyes, and to notice, with the particular cold clarity of 6 years of exactly this, the moment they started losing their focus on her face. Stay with me. Look at me, not the ceiling. Ceiling's more interesting. Raina. Kidding, mostly. A weak, terrible attempt at a smile. Don't let them cut anything important. By the time the gurney cleared the gallery hatch, Raina's blood pressure had dropped to a range Myra had a professional name for, and a much less professional private name for.
So,
The one she used
what is this critical ingredient?
A
reserved
rare herb by the name of
that
stonerwort
made her stomach go tight, and her
grows
hands
only
go
where
fast
the ether
instead
is
of slow.
densest. The
She
vigor
wrote the
it stored in its
transfusion
stems
way
helps to
down to
counteract the
section
curse.
3, keeping pressure,
We discovered a
keeping
patch
the
in
line
the aqueduct in
running,
Rosaria,
keeping up a one-sided
but alas,
conversation
yet
about
more
nothing in
ether has
particular,
erupted from the earth there
because 6
recently,
years
leaving
of
the
food
whole
talked
area
in
flooded.
silence in a moving
The
gurney
search continues
was
for a
worse
new
for the
truth,
patient than almost
one that
anything
we
she
might
could
reach
actually
without being
say.
turned.
The compact's own emergency broadcast
So it's only that you
protocol,
can't reach
a
it.
standing requirement for any
Stonerwort itself is unharmed by the flood.
non-native sapient
Oh,
species,
yes,
triggered
but
automatically the
Then I shall
moment
go
the human
instead.
patient's vitals crossed a
my
threshold.
lord,
The
You've
station's
yet to find
intake
another
was
source, correct?
flagged as critical,
So for
pushing
now, the
her
aqueduct
to
is our
three
best
separate
hope.
offices before
Besides,
Raina had even reached
I'm the
the
government.
surgical wing.
The ether can't
The
hurt me.
attending surgeon on call, the hospital's cross-species
if you're sure, my
liaison,
lord,
and
Stonerwort is
decks up
easily
from quiet
identified by its
administrative
blood-red
office that
blooms.
rarely saw this kind
Search
of
around the
traffic.
aqueduct,
The desks
and you're
of
sure to find
contacts
some soon
with
enough.
vitality
I shall
complaints,
remain here and
the
prepare the other
standing
ingredients.
post whose entire function was to review, after the fact, whether extraordinary interventions on non-native patients had been conducted within statute. Nobody in the surgical wing thought about that third alert in the chaos of the next 4 hours. It sat in a queue, acknowledged and unread, waiting. Kesset took the call at 2:31 station time, in the on-call quarters 2 decks above the surgical wing, and was scrubbed in and standing at the table within 9 minutes, which, as Vass would tell Yeva later, half in awe and half in exasperation, was either a personal record or close enough to one that nobody wanted to check. Orient Ridge's human labor contract was, by compact colonial standards, still a relatively new arrangement, 5 years old, renewed twice, the subject of more than one editorial in the regional administrative bulletin, questioning whether a species so recently contacted belonged on a mining colony's payroll at all rather than confined to observation posts. demonstration track. Very good at the job. And because all stop the It was a wide that nobody had been forced until tonight to look directly into. By the time Raina Ockhaffer's gurney reached surgical suite 3, the worst things and what remained this one. Over here! Get out! She had ridden the gurney the whole way down, and once the doors closed between her and the table, she had gone to the observation gallery outside surgical suite 3 and had not left it since. She was watching now, both hands against the glass, her face in the particular stillness of someone forcing themselves not to bang on it. Just the paralytic, Yeva said. Just the paralytic. Leave the sedative and the pressure support. Kesset's rings were sharp and disbelieving. One did abdominal God damn it, I had a damn thing! Did not resemble anything the monitors were charting. It arrived as pressure first, a vast, wrong pressure low in her body that her mind, still tangled in the drug fog, could not locate as pain because pain required a place, and this had no place, only weight. Voices came through in pieces, flat and strange, the way sound travels through water. She heard a word that had been asked for her life and could not tell if it was being given to her or taken away, and some old animal part of her, the part that predated language, understood clearly. Move. Try to move. Prove you are still here. She could not open her eyes. She could close her hand. She closed it. Redose ready, Vass said, voice tight. Hold it, Yeva said. She had both hands still in the wound, working the field with the unhurried economy that had made her, in 18 months of residency, the one person on this rotation Kesset trusted with a scalpel he wasn't personally holding. Heart rate, 201. Pressure, climbing with it. She's compensating, not crashing barely, but she's compensating. Vass's rings flickered, some fraction of astonishment breaking through fear. I don't understand how a body under this much cardiovascular strain is still climbing instead of failing. Neither do I, Yeva said, which is exactly why we're not deepening a field that's already failed to do its job once. Kesset's voice from across the table carried the flat, careful positions of a man documenting decisions. I'm not dead sure he agreed with
this be enough?
For the record, attending physician's assessment, patient is demonstrating a breakthrough hyperarousal response, inconsistent with standard human sedation tolerance data,
Yes, my lord.
currently unmanaged by
Thank
field
you.
or pharmacological
I'm sure it will serve
intervention.
us until we can find that
Rising,
source.
but not yet
Very
unstable
glad to hear
vitals.
it.
Resident physician recommends continued
You and Grace are very much alike.
immediate sedation.
You think only of how you might
I
help
want it
others,
clear, Thal,
never
that
of the
if this
dangers
reverses
yourself.
in the next 30
I know more
seconds,
than you have,
I am
attending my brother.
overriding you regardless of what
You've
your
risked a lot for
next.
him. Thank you for it.
It did not
I am
reverse in
honoured
the next
that you
30
should say so.
seconds. It
I
reversed
beg you,
instead
my
into
lord,
something none of them had a name
do
for
not
yet.
give too much of
The
yourself for
turn
the
came
sake of
without
others.
warning, the way weather turns on a
We have
mountain,
not a
clear
thing to
one
lose.
instant, wrong the
I'll keep
next.
that in mind.
At 41 seconds past the paralytic pull, Raina's heart rate, which had held at 201 for nearly 10 seconds, dropped. Not the smooth grade of a monitor correcting itself. A cliff. 201 to 140, Vass read, voice climbing with the numbers falling. 110, 80. She's doctor. She's dropping like the compensation just quit. 60, Vass said. 40, doctor, I have a heart rate of 39 and it is not recovering. Yeva's hands went still over the wound for the first time in 3 hours.
No, too.
Raina's hand, the one that had closed into a fist 30 seconds ago,
Come
had
on,
gone
man, this is
slack
going
for
so
a while,
well.
but not the loose slack
Well,
of
you know,
paralytic
I'll keep
drugs.
things in order.
Something else.
While you're off
Something
saving
with
the
no
world.
tension left in it at
I'll
all.
teach us that.
Like a held breath finally let all the way out. Pupils, Kesset said, already moving to check them himself. His voice gone very flat, very careful, the voice. Yeva had learned over 18 months. That meant he was frightened and refusing to let it show. He lifted one of Raina's eyelids with a gloved thumb. Fixed. Non-reactive to light. That's not possible 30 seconds after she was fighting a paralytic reversal. I am reading you what the light shows me, Dr. Thal, not what is possible. Kesset straightened. Cortical trace. Vass's rings had gone a colorless, bloodless gray. Flat. Flatter than flat, Doctor. There's no baseline noise at all. It looks like
It'll
a
be
dead
a long
sensor.
walk to the capital if
Check
you're full
the
of the
sensor.
cliffs. I'll
I
scout
checked
ahead.
it twice.
See if I
It's
can't
reading.
find us an inland route.
The suppression field's central display, calibrated across 3 decades of Doroth neurology, and more recently, a hastily annotated appendix of human baseline ranges nobody on this station had ever needed to actually use in a live crisis, showed a cortical
There's
trace
something I've
as
been meaning
flat
to
and
ask.
featureless as a shut door. Heart rate 38 and falling by single
You took
digits.
her icon.
Blood pressure is
Didn't
soft,
you?
terrible 60 over 40. Pupils fixed.
Yes.
Breath shallow enough that the
I
chest
did.
monitor had started, quietly, to
She
hunt for a
understood.
signal it wasn't finding reliably. By every criterion Doroth medicine had ever written down, Raina Ockhaffer was dying in front of her, and the numbers said she had been dying for
Oh,
exactly
she
15
understood.
seconds. Cessation protocol.
Understood that you
Kesset said.
decided to save the world
Two
all
years
on your own,
landed in
and that you died without her power.
tray. Vass's head.
How dare you make her
Even
do?
the second nurse at the supply cart,
You
a
knew
quiet
damn well
Doroth
she'd never have
that said perhaps 6 words all shift,
But I
stopped
will.
moving. You are not invoking that
Don't keep
19
the way,
second
Clyde.
flat
The world
trace.
is ours to
Yes.
save. Not
I am
yours.
invoking the mandatory observation clock that compact medical statute requires the moment a cortical
I
trace
use my
flattens with non-reactive pupils and unresponsive vitals,
it was the
a
right thing
patient
to
with
do.
confirmed sapient status. That is not a discretionary choice. That is the law every surgeon in this room is licensed under.
We'll save you.
Kesset's rings had steadied into a hard, unhappy amber gray.
I do.
The color, Yeva had come to understand over a year and a half. That meant grief being methodically converted into procedure, because procedure was the only thing that let him keep functioning. 90 seconds. If cortical and cardiac signs have not returned by the end of the observation window, this becomes a terminal event, and continued invasive intervention becomes, under the statute, unauthorized prolongation of a deceased body. I did not write that law. I am bound by it exactly as much as you are. She has been under our care for 3 hours because her body has done nothing but fight to stay alive since the moment she came through that door.
Only that Joshua
And I am
didn't.
telling you what the instruments in front of us are reading right now in this room at this second.
I don't get it.
Kesset's voice did not rise. It never rose. That was, Yeva had learned the most dangerous thing about him. Clock starts. Vass mark it. Marking, Vass said, and on the wall display above the table, a number appeared that had not been there a moment before. Asterisk 00, 90 asterisk, and beneath it, ticking downward in the merciless, even cadence of every clock Yeva had ever hated, 00, 89 asterisk. Vitality compliance monitors cued alert chose that exact moment to escalate itself from unread to active, the way automated systems did, with no regard for whether the room it was escalating into had room left in it for one more voice. This is Regional Vitality Compliance, opening a live monitoring channel on flag trauma case occupied,
I don't know, Clyde.
Warrant Ridge intake.
That castle over there looks inviting enough.
Speakers,
Shall we sample its inhabitants?
carrying the particular flatness of someone reading from a screen 3 decks away who had done this exact procedural opening more times than he could count and expect it this time to be no different from any other. I show a cessation protocol.
Remember what I said about welcomes, Gav?
Confirmed surgeon of record. Kesset, attending surgeon of record. Kesset did not look up from Raina's throat.
This place is as dead as Regan's ghost.
This is an active resuscitation, officer. I don't have bandwidth for a compliance briefing. Understood and noted for the record. My office is required to monitor any cessation protocol clock in real time and to advise the attending physician of statutory obligations at all times. I'm not here to
You smell something.
I'm here to for the record. It is, however, the statute. I am aware of the statute, officer. I have practiced under it longer than you have held that desk. I don't doubt it. I'd ask respectfully that appearance translate to compliance. I performed 41 cessation clocks in my tenure, Dr. Kessler. 38 resolved before the window closed. 3 did not. In every one of the 3, the attending physician who continued intervention past the window believed, as sincerely as you clearly do right now, that they had good reason. I am not questioning your sincerity. I am telling you that sincerity has not, in my experience, been a reliable predictor of the future. You ever did look up this one? Your jaw had been in advance. Half the time, the readout hadn't caught up to what your hands already knew. She had held 2 people through exactly this. The spike, the crash, the terrible stillness that looked, to anyone trained on a different species baseline, indistinguishable from the last thing a body ever did. Both of those people had opened their eyes again, hours later, confused and furious to be alive. She looked for a door into the suite, and found the observation gallery had none that didn't root through a decontamination lock that would cost her 90 seconds she did not have. She pounded on the glass instead, hard enough that Farron looked up, and mouthed with the exaggerated clarity of someone who had spent a year learning to be understood through sound of the glass. 3 words. She is not dying. Someone signaling, Farron said.
Yes.
Yeva glanced up, saw Myron's face from his close to saw the shape of the it's just get her a cover. Once every 4 seconds, then again, then again. That's not artifact, Yeva said. That's a signal with a rhythm. Dead tissue doesn't keep rhythm. Some old, half-buried memory surfaced under the certainty in her own voice. Her second month of residency, a human burn patient the reference tables had given 11 days to stabilize who had instead mended in 6. A chart full of numbers nobody senior to her had been able to explain away as error. She had learned that month that a wrong prediction about this species was rarely the equipment needed. It was usually a matter smaller than the territory. It could be residual electrical discharge, Kessett said. Post-mortem neural tissue can fire for it. For seconds, doctor, not minutes, and not on a clean, repeating 4-second interval that hasn't drifted once since it started. That's not a dying nerve misfiring. That's a system doing something on purpose. 0058. Raina, somewhere beneath all of it, was not experiencing anything that resembled dying, though she would have no language for what it did resemble until much later, lying in a recovery bed trying to explain it to a woman with violet-ringed eyes who wanted, very badly, to understand. The panic had gone first, the vast, wrong pressure, the drowning fight to move a body that wouldn't answer. It had burned white-hot, and then, without her choosing it, it had simply stopped being useful, and something quieter doctor had taken leave of his pulse. She was aware distantly of sound, a woman's voice in the glass, another voice close and urgent, a number taken somewhere she couldn't see, but none of it reached her as danger
Seems
anymore.
you were right about
It
that
reached her
welcome
the way
after all,
sound
mate.
reaches a person nearly asleep, present, unthreatening someone else's problem. She was not fighting. She was not falling. She was, in some way she would never manage to explain properly, Astor was waiting. The way a hell door is before it either opens or doesn't, patient and unhurried and entirely, strangely, unafraid. Some deep, wordless part of her understood this was the second thing her body knew how to do when the first thing stopped working, and that understanding, buried far below anything she could consciously access, was itself a kind of instruction. Hold. Someone is still working. Hold. Call the archive. Xenobiology reference, human physiology crossbow. Now, running clocks running after.
No peace delegation. We should send a warning to the others.
Something close to
My
desperation.
uncle will have an hour coast.
You want
I've
to place
got to
a
find a way to
research
take
call
any
for
of it, I guess.
resuscitation. I want a
Our
second
mark is Drake's
concentration
spine, and there's a
because you
lot
are
of
not
road
going to
to us
override
and it.
statute on my say-so alone.
We
And I
press on
understand
to
that.
Stoke.
And I'm not asking you to. I'm asking for
Right,
60
you never
seconds
know.
of someone
It
else's
might not be an
expertise
slathering monster.
once it comes out. Yeva did not look up from the wound, both hands steady, tracking blood loss that had mercifully not resumed with the crash.
You must go on
You
ahead.
know this discovery matters more than either of our careers if
This
I'm
stronghold
right.
is as old as
Help me
Phoenix
find
Gate,
out if I'm right.
perhaps older.
Kesset held her gaze a half
It
second
may yet
higher
hide Ultima's
upon her
remaining
face.
secrets.
And
And
then
if we are to best him,
sharp
they must be unearthed.
Give me Dr. Aleph Corvey, archive, cross-species case
All right.
files. Tell her it's
Stay
a
out of
cessation protocol clock.
I always
and I need
do.
an answer inside a minute or not at all. 0047. Dr. Aleph Corvey ran the colony
Share about this.
small, chronically
About
undefeated
leaving my brother on his
cross-species
own.
archive from a windowless office
course.
2 decks up. And she answered on the second chime, with the particular calm of a woman who had spent 30 years being called into other people's emergencies at the worst possible moment. Cassette, talk fast. Human patient, cortical trace flat,
It's hard to tell which way it's up.
rhythmic 4 seconds.
But I'm right, we're not far from a village called
Heart rate
Fiesta.
crashed from 200
We make our way there, resupply, and wait for Joshua.
Hyperarousal breakthrough during standard sedation. Cessation clock is running. I need to know if this pattern exists anywhere in the archive. There was a silence on the line that lasted just long enough for Yeva's pulse to climb with the falling clock, and then Corbin's voice came back, faster now and sharper. Pull up case file designation threshold set. It's an unacknowledged a phenomenon their own doctors
This place reeks like a mortal's
but
arsehole.
asterisk
Though I'm guessing a schmuck smell from the
bodies in catastrophic, unsurvivable seeming crisis, dropping heart rate and cortical activity to near undetectable levels. And then, in a statistically significant number of cases, recovering spontaneously once the underlying crisis stabilizes. Human Because she had learned from him that a raised voice in this room helped no one. I am not asking you to believe me over the statue. I am asking you to look at a signal you cannot explain and tell me, honestly, it did not flash back. It did not medical statue did not build its instruments to force a physician's hand. It simply drew a line and trusted the physician standing at it to know. In the moment the line arrived, which side of it they were willing to stand on. Continue resuscitation, Cassett said. I am formally overriding cessation on my own authority as surgeon of record, effective now, and I will document every reason why in terms this board will not enjoy reading. He looked at Yellow. Even as her hands moved to comply, because 6 months into working under Yevathal had taught her that the woman's instructions came fast and came right more often than the textbook did. Nothing about tonight's scene. They worked
I don't want this damn blue triple! God damn it!
somewhere in the last stretch of that 49-second window, the deep, patient hum that had carried her through it began, very slightly, to quicken. 14 seconds, Vass said, and then before anyone could answer her, her voice changed entirely. Wait, doctor, ganglion signals shifted. It's not staying at 4 seconds anymore. 3.8, 3.5. Cortical trace. Stay flat, stay flat. Like it's choosing to. 6 seconds left on the window, and no one in the room was counting anymore. By the time Raina Akafer's heart rate settled, over the following 90 seconds, into a controlled and entirely unremarkable 78 beats per minute, a number so ordinary, after everything that had preceded it, that Vass laughed out loud once, and then clapped a hand over her own mouth, as if the sound had escaped without permission. The room had the particular exhausted stillness of people who had just watched something happen that none of their training prepared them to watch happen. Kesset lifted Raina's eyelid again, gently this time, and the pupil that met the light contracted, small and reflexive and entirely, blessedly normal. Pupillary response restored, he said, and something in his voice, for the first time all night, was not careful at all. Yeva finished closing the last of the internal repair with hands that had, she noticed distantly, begun to shake slightly now that there was nothing left urgent enough to hold them steady. Blood pressure held, heart rate held. The cortical trace, when she finally allowed herself to look at it properly instead of in fragments between more urgent tasks, showed the ordinary, unremarkable noise of a living human brain, not the sharp, discrete spikes of future consciousness, but the soft pattern, static and deep, recovering nothing. She stayed up, Yeva said. The words came out small. She intended to be worn thin by the last the kind of complication that absurd, easy.
boys!
Flame, Yeva said, and fearing her It was just something to carry, but it kept working. Pressures climbed fast, and this time there was no practical reason, just the flat confession from a technician on a climb we decided to make. Not over 60, older. Close her up, Kessie said, and for the first time in 12 hours,
I don't think a massive is as much of a problem. God damn it. God damn it, put the damn bed. I'm almost had this thing done. I don't want to do it to a different thing.
Because it was your reasoning, and I am not in the habit of taking credit for judgment calls I would not have made on my own initiative. Kesset did not look up from the terminal. I'm also putting my name on the authorization, because the authority to override was mine to exercise, and I exercised it, and I will answer for that exercise regardless of outcome. Those are two different facts, and this board will treat them as two different facts, whether either of us finds that fair. You could have let the window close. I could have. He finished the entry, and for a moment his hand stayed resting on the console still. I have practiced medicine for 31 years, Dr. Thal. Under statute, I have never once in 31 years had reason to doubt. Tonight it told me a living woman was dead, and it was wrong. And the only reason it did not finish being wrong in the worst possible direction is that you used the instruments gave you with total confidence and no actual understanding. He looked at her, and his ocular rings had settled into the color she had
My master awaits you in the castle,
something between his
so I cannot allow you to attend in your present state.
I do not know yet what this board will decide to do with either of us.
How are you going to stop us?
Tonight, then for the alternative, review when it convenes not the full regional board that I have expected, but a 3-position disciplinary panel from the hospital's credential office, meeting in the conference room. Every contact with most of regardless of the station was built. The panel's chair, a senior medical administrator named Dr. Sandler, opened the proceeding with flat procedural language. Every such proceeding seemed to open, and Yeva sat through it with her hands folded in her lap, aware that Kesset sat 2 seats down doing the same, aware that Myra Castle and Dr. Aelith Corbin both sat in a small gallery behind them, having asked,
What did you do?
to be present. This panel convenes to review the conduct of Dr. V. Horn Kessing, surgeon of record, and Dr. Yeva Thal, resident physician, in relation to the override of cessation protocol observation criteria during the emergency treatment of patient Rena Ockham. The override is not in dispute. Both physicians
I shall see that my master's prize is made.
This panel's task is to determine if the override constituted appropriate discretionary judgment or a violation of the statute warranting cessation. She looked toward Kessing first. Doctor, you've practiced under this statute for 3 decades without incident. Why override it now? Because a monitor calibrated for a species whose autonomic nervous system
Would you mind telling me what the fuck just happened?
cortical death told me a human patient was dead, while a secondary signal that monitor wasn't designed to interpret kept insisting, a clean and rhythmic pattern, that something was still working, Kessing said. I have spent 31 years trusting that our instruments tell us the truth about patients because for 31 years on Dorothy patients, they always had. I had never before treated a species whose body might lie to our instruments.
If His Majesty wants me to come and ask him.
But through a survival mechanism, our instruments were never
And that
built
is
to
exactly what I'll
recognize in the
do.
first place. I made the judgment that an unfamiliar signal deserved more
practicing your position.
trust than the statutes
I
of
don't
their
even
fault
know where the
did.
fuck I went.
I would make that
How
judgment
about
again.
we cool our heads?
Avril's
This
gaze
is
grew
where?
Dr. Thal, you are the physician whose clinical reasoning drove this override. Walk this panel through it.
Right.
Yeva had rehearsed the clinical explanation a dozen times.
Maybe there's something
before
here we
days
can
into
use.
surgery, the ganglion readings, the archive cross-reference, the recovery curve, and she gave it now precisely, because precision was the only currency this room dealt in. But when Avril asked at the end of it whether she had been certain that she was right, Yeva made herself answer honestly instead of persuasively. No, she said, I wasn't certain. I had a signal I couldn't explain, an archive reference that was incomplete by its own author's admission, and a clock running down to 0. I made a bet with someone else's life on the strength of evidence I would not, under ordinary circumstances, have considered sufficient to override a licensed statute. I am telling this panel that plainly because I think the alternative, pretending I had more certainty than I did, would be a worse thing to put into this record
Not
than the
10,
truth.
all right?
Something shifted in Avril's expression, subtle enough that Yeva almost missed it. That is an unusually candid answer for a hearing like this one, Doctor. It's the only one I have.
Well, thanks. Kind travelers.
Edda, forgive me for asking, but what went on here?
It all started when the skies changed. The elders said it was the Ark. One by one, people went mad. Minds taken by evil. Till only I remained. By then, I was too far along to run. And then the night came. And I didn't know what to do.
And this, okay, is
Just a story. Something our grandparents told us when we misbehaved. About how the heavens would grow dark before the land took her last breath.
The end of the world.
Most people come here to admire
You said the others went mad. But hidden amongst these walls, most visitors never even notice. Because these stones still hide the secrets of England's longest siege. One man's extraordinary attempt to
the tower.
Hi, it's welcome to the History Square. We're on location right in the middle of my home county of Warwickshire in England, at Kenilworth Castle. There she blows. 900 years of history, incredible siege, and one of the most famous Elizabethan love stories that you can imagine. A little bit of intrigue.
Thinking he did this.
So we're going to go inside and have a look.
Who else could it be?
Even before you get into the castle, you've got to get across the
what he did to the people.
and then just behind me,
How come they're not
the gallery tower. There's nothing left of it now, just the one little bit of wall, and it houses a visitor centre.
Could be protecting her from the ether.
And then you
I can't think of any other explanation.
Stretch that leads to the castle itself. Quite something.
Bearer.
So you
No
before you get
matter
to the
what is
castle, you have
responsible
this
for magic takes hold.
causeway. And what it was when they built the castle, now we're talking to early medieval times here, they actually built this causeway along to dam a spring or a brook. So all over there, the mere grew up into a massive lake, and it went all the way around the back of the castle and also onto the other side. And this still actually does flood occasionally. Now, the knights very quickly realised that they could actually joust along here. So it was widened, made more solid. And you imagine those knights there, half a ton of horse, thundering down here, smashing into each other. Must have been quite something. Well, come the Tudor times, you've got galleries made where people could sit, stone walls, and it was turned into a proper tilt yard. And that's what it's known as today. It's not known as the causeway, it's actually known as the tilt yard. Now, after the English Civil War in the 1650s, they actually slighted the castle. The castle was actually pulled down to make it indefensible, and they broke open the dam so that all of the mere and all of the lakes were drained, so it couldn't be used for defence. Sad really, but hey, it's history, isn't it? So I've come down from the tilt yard to the base of Mortimer's Tower. These are made or were built in the early 1200s. It's just to show you just how incredible these buildings were. Add another story to this. Link it all together to all of the walls, make them a lot taller, and then you can see how formidable this castle was. So, as you can see, they really are impressive. These expensive little thing I'd like to show you. A lot of people miss this. We're going to walk along.
Where is the thing?
This is a good position to see behind the tower there, the gatehouse, where they pulled the wall down and they slighted the castle after the Civil War. And I'll explain. After the English Civil War in the 1650s, castles were actually slighted. In other words, they were made indefensible. They would leave the accommodation, but the actual outer walls, anywhere you could mount guns or cannons, were destroyed. But what I'd like to show you here is this little door here. It's not a thing. It gives you access to the mere, to the lake. The water came all the way up here, and there were boats. So guests could go out onto the mere, onto the lake, and enjoy their visit to Kenilworth Castle. So, Mortimer's Tower, I call it the gatehouse. Don't forget, you've got another level going all the way up, but interestingly, these great big pieces of stone are stops for a drawbridge. So there was a dry ditch that ran through here. So if you were attacking, you could come along the causeway, yeah, that's great. But you've got to get across the drawbridge, which will be raised up. This tower, I tell you, was incredible. Come and have a look. You've got to imagine
That's how it's going to be then.
Complete. A portcullis, the gate that raises
I'm
up
not asking, Gav.
here.
I need you to stay with
Have a
Edda.
look at this little hidden gem.
What? I must do this alone. If I don't return, you're to find Joshua and make for the Enterprise.
Solid doors. The
Understood?
arrow slits. Now these arrow slits are tall enough for a bowman, a longbowman, to shoot through. But this, you see,
Basically, this
Don't you come dying on me.
was the front
Its
of the
name
castle.
suits your miserable mug better than
I've
mine.
shown you was an extension later on. But if you come in,
Don't
you can
worry.
actually see the original
I haven't
outer
finished with it
walls of
yet.
the castle. This is it. This is the original outer wall of Kenilworth Castle, and you can see where it slopes away, so the water used to drain away down into the ditch. But they've added all of this stuff, another arrow slit there, big enough for a longbowman, but better for a crossbow. And it's quite something. And apparently, this is one of the most haunted parts of the castle. Where we're standing now, it's been seen an apparition of a soldier walking out of this door.
If Barnabas is
So
controlling
this would have
it,
been where the original massive castle doors would have been, covering this whole area. But further back, you have the grooves for an enormous portcullis.
the rubbish he goes.
So this goes to show just this tumble down bit
And so will I.
stone was actually quite a magnificent tower in its day. But what we're going to do, we're going to go down to have a look at some accommodation. Just to let you know, many of the houses in Kenilworth are actually built out of Kenilworth Castle, because the stone wasn't just knocked down when the castle was slighted, it was sold for quarry. But you can see here, incorporated within the castle walls, you have buildings. And we're just going to go over and have a look at the fireplace on the coach side of the inside. So there's this fireplace and the chimney. It's all been dug out and sold many years ago. But there would have been some form of building. Those were for the uprights. Remember, the walls were a lot higher, and those were for the supports for the matriculations and the roofs that went over the battlements just here. So, a bit of accommodation here. So, over on the other wall, you have a recess simply for a cupboard. You have a resident pigeon in there, which I'll let you know, just let me jump. A fireplace. So you imagine that back in the day. All those fireplaces. So, a soldier can be here, crossbow, musket, whatever, he can shoot out. But I am certain by the shape of what is here, there was something else here. Yes, it was the privy. It would have had a nice boards across, it would have been dug down and emptied out into the outside of the castle, into the rear. I'm not sure if that was put in much later, but if you come over here and then have a look up there, now what you're looking at up there is some really good, sumptuous.
Necessary attention. It's the privy. There's an interesting thing I want you to show. You see all of these little recesses? They're actually on 3 of the walls. And I was having a look and trying to figure out what they were. Then I remembered, after the English Civil War, the castle was left pretty much in a ruined state. And it was documented that in 1748 these holes were cut into the walls of what had once been a beautiful chamber, and the tower had simply become a pigeon house. It's an interesting reflection, isn't it? This was once sumptuous accommodation for a retainer of some rank, but now this glorious castle is nothing more than accommodation for feral pigeons.
This is it, boy.
1553, John Dudley's stables. These were built for him. But there were stables on this site from the medieval period, the 1400s, I believe. It's incredible when you see that building, especially from the inside, the roof beams. They really are quite something. This was restored, by the way, in the 1970s because it was a bit tumbled down. And today, it's a restaurant, a favourite of mine actually, and I'm going to have a scone and a cup of tea before we go and explore the rest of the castle. Next up is a round tower built as part of the castle defensive, and it dates back to around 1210, 1215, the time of King John, Lund's Tower. Way upstairs through here, but we're going to go through the demolished part of the tower. And it's quite something inside. So there's lots of kind of anomalies in here, bits missing, but if you look, you can see the floor level of the first floor and then the second story up above. But there's a corbel here, and it matches a corbel on this wall. And what that would have been for would have been a wooden supporting arch beam for the ceiling.
They've come for you.
So you had sumptuous chambers upstairs. You can still see the fireplaces. There's one on the first level and then another one on the second level. And then above these, you had the battlements. Now the way to get to these chambers and battlements was up the stairs in a turret over there, which was built on the outside of the tower. You can just about see the stone vaulted ceiling right at the top of the staircase.
Stay close.
It really was, although it was a corner defence, the eastern corner of the castle, it was also a major accommodation tower. But something quite interesting for me. Full-length arrow slits. There's another one over here, and they really do give you quite a tremendous arc of fire. But it's this anomaly here. What is it? This hole in the wall.
The tower.
With a lintel, stone lintel above it, dressed stone here. Something used to be in there. And I've been racking my brains. We've had a little bit of a disagreement. I thought, is it a cupboard? Is We're going to go now to Lord Leicester's gatehouse. It was built in the 1570s by Robert Dudley. Lord Leicester, to impress the woman he was desperate to marry, the Queen Bess, Elizabeth I. Originally, it was his brand new entrance to Kempton Castle, designed to say, "This castle is fit for a queen." But later, it was converted into a grand home.
Why do I let the horse tell a lie to their own?
Well, in the open of the gatehouse. This gatehouse, built in the Tudor times, but what I love about this is where the carriages used to come through. With a cool hooked weapons given by the Get up! Over here! Through the gate. This was the gateway archway, but we actually converted it to his front room. And what I'll do in a wee while, I will show you where he had that window taken from. It was open from the castle. Great procession, and it was totally decorated with all different kinds of horns and things like that. There used to be a clock right at the top of the tower. You can just see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 big holes. And apparently, at 2 o'clock as she entered the tower, the clock was stopped. That's probably for a reason she would lose track of the time, because she was here 19 longest visits ever. So in the medieval times, this was not an open square. This was part of the front curtain of the side castle wall. These were the remains of the guard room here. The way into the castle was along the pathway here and through a archway. It's a little piece of the to me, that's just like I had to reconstruct a lot of this with a late Victorian thing. I had to do it in something to
castle kitchen. One of my favourites. Right, we're inside the full building, garrison accommodation. Ready? Otherwise, they have been used somewhere else. And if you come in and have a look, you can see to what extent this wall has been done. Gives you an idea of the structure upstairs. You have your arrow slits, you have your corridor pirouette, right the way up to the top of the building.
If I were Barnabas, where would I be? At the top, so I could look down on the world.
Right, if you look here, you can see this was the outside wall of the castle. So now they have the steps. So this must have been added on later. So much has changed. Yeah. Once again, you've got the outside of the castle coming down. There is so much that changes. Over here! It's a well, and the shaft goes all the way up, so everybody on every floor can drop a bucket down and get fresh water from the internal water supply of Keller. Because of this water supply, this castle could withstand the longest siege in English history, but I'll come to that story a bit later. So if you look up there, you're actually up at the fighting level, piece added by King John. And you can just see the archways behind each of those fishtail arrow slits. So the castle even went further up than that, but you had the battlements on the top. So you look at the little fireplace there, it does seem a little bit out of place. But we're missing an entire floor. We don't have everything divided up where the literally be on this side. They're literally
Sound like I've been trying to press the damn button to side. Sure that every usable piece, reusable,
was taken care of. Every fireplace, every nook, every cranny that you could make money from. The timbers, the core bricks, the glass, everything would be removed. And then it would leave what we call simply the shell and the skeleton.
What was that thing?
It's mighty castle by the pigeons. We're heading to the Great Kitchens next. These are some of the largest medieval kitchens I've ever seen. 66 feet or 19 metres and 8.5 metres wide. And although it's a ruin, you can still see evidence of what was here through the floor plan and what remains of the walls. Imagine this enormous kitchen space. Part of the floor is open, with the roof open for ventilation, but you come over here and look, evidence is there. On top here, you know what to do. You look at this arrangement. This used to be a swamp. In fact, you can see that the inside of the swamp is still slightly black. So this is a kitchen complex where you've got bakers on, where you've got food. You can see so much of it has got. There's a great big chimney here covering this whole area. The same again and again and again. This is the outside wall of the castle. You want a kitchen with so many fires? Build it away from the main accommodation, water which is burning down. Look at the size of this. You imagine the great chimneys going up, the heat coming from here. And here you have a drainage channel running virtually the full length of the kitchen. So all the fat and all the scraps and slush, they all go into there to be, flushed out, and then it disappears down a hole. But where did it go? I'm going to show you the other end. The exit line here. So this is
Building. Just unbelievable, really. Then look at the size of the fireplace. That's 1 of 6. So you've got one massive fireplace there, another one over yonder. But then just above there was a series of 3 fireplaces that were interconnected, went up with their chimneys to the top there, all lost to time. So music playing upstairs, the aroma of the food coming from the kitchen, and then, gosh, those incredible windows. Not only that, it's the roof, and you've got to really look hard now. If you look just to the left of the fireplace and to the right of the window there, you follow those 2 lovely beveled pieces of stone to the top. In fact, if you look on that side, you can see them further up. You can see the recesses where the great oak beams went across and met in the middle to hold up the roof. It must have been an incredible sight to see. So where we're standing now, we're actually at the ground level, the floor level to the Great Hall. So we would be next to the 3 great fireplaces. The high table would be here. And just across there, the remains of a protruding bay window, which is where John of Gaunt may have privately dined. And that's where it's believed the 6th fireplace was. There's nothing left of it now.
I can feel him.
And if you want to see some grandeur of stonework, just have a look around here. Inside the lovely Great Hall there, the cellars, we have a bit of a reality check. A sally port, door to the outer bailey. Portcullis used to run all the way up and down. And now if we go up this mound, you'll see a real taste of war. So come the onset of cannons. Castles were becoming a little bit obsolete. Cannonballs go through the windows, smash the walls. So they built earthworks around
the blade must ever feed her edges to remain keen.
Gabions, great big baskets filled with stone. And then you put your cannons on here. You can get 3 guns on here. Look at your arches of fire. Nothing could come close to the castle.
Weak from the moment of their conception, ever longing for power not theirs to command.
Now we have
They
the
turn
outer
unfailingly upon themselves.
to wall there.
Like
See the
sheep,
thickness,
they roam in filthy flocks, eager to trample those few
interesting, there are fireplaces
gold.
all the way round.
Or they might feel contentment with their pitiful existence.
You also have access down to
Prejudice
the
and
mere
persecution,
boats that you
severance and strife, every earthly wrong springs from the malice in men's hearts.
Maybe your craftsmen, your stonemasons, your carpenters,
Malice
actually
born
lifting
of
with their
pain and
hands.
suffering.
Perhaps further round
That
you
is
might have
free
had the
will.
hammering away. This was just one great
Its corruption is not your
industrial
being
path
from the very
around the
moment
castle.
of your birth.
Well, the water gate here was very important.
You're wrong.
They've been brought in across the mere from the farms over yonder. Could be brought in
This
by
is no
boats,
corruption.
offloaded here.
This is who I am.
Through the door that we've just come through.
Every choice I make, right or wrong,
Tower there.
gives me reason to carry on. And carry on I shall.
And lived and worked.
Not as a puppet,
Merchants,
but as a man.
craftsmen, did their business here.
Which are you? There was a time
We
I
have
too
many
thought only
two
on
narrow
the choice.
slits. You move along.
What?
This is the state apartment.
Long ago, God granted man the gift of magic.
1571.
And with that gift did he build great civilizations.
Queen Elizabeth I.
Yet over time, man lost sight of the gift's true meaning, stepping from the path of shared prosperity to one of avarice.
Juts out there.
He abandoned his creator for sword and flame, and through his folly beckoned the blight.
Look over the mere and she visited.
Yet, there were those few who refused to turn their eyes from the heavens,
Visitors had that built
and they prayed to God that he might lead them back into righteousness.
1560, he died.
And the Lord heeded his answer.
Some say the neck was broken.
For the worthy shall the gates of paradise open. So did I spread my arms to either, and cast my soul upon its gentle waters.
1575,
To keep myself
he
today.
already had built an extension to the private chambers. So much so, it extends outside of the castle, battlements, the castle curtain. And just look at that for a building. Just to impress the Queen. He was hoping the land would have had in marriage. And shine on the mere. As if by magic, fireworks.
My
And
wealth
then a giant
proven,
whale.
the Lord taught me thus.
Musicians and all these kinds
If
of
your
things.
kind are to find
It
salvation,
was all for naught.
they must be made serve.
Just look
You see,
at that.
paradise lies but a single step away.
Followed out. And the
If we only take it,
was slighted every
could we only leave our transgressions behind. For none save the pure of heart and mind may set foot in the new world. I will say
It is
this,
interesting what you find, isn't it?
but it all
It
begins
looks like to me
and
an outlet
ends
from a garden
with you.
a toilet. So
You are the
there in the
key,
house,
yes.
they would poop away
And
down
with
here.
this humble
I
offering,
suppose there should be a little blue
shall I prove my faith once more.
Elizabeth I proved
So you forsook your kingdom,
Hey, that would be something
you forsook yourself to serve. Tell me, how is that living?
As I mentioned, Leicester's building here was built by Robert Dudley to impress Queen Elizabeth I. With only the shell left, it really is hard
What you seek to
envisage what
provide
would have been
is
like
not salvation.
with only
It's
the
anything
stones,
but.
fireplaces,
Life is about always having a choice. Take that away,
It shows you
and we
how
might as well be
some
dead.
may have lived. They were absolutely sumptuous. No expense was spared. There was even a dancing chamber here because apparently the Queen loved to dance. And the huge glazed windows, which were some of the largest in the country at the time, and would have flooded the rooms with light, and given the Queen sweeping views
Very
over
well.
the mere and the parkland beyond.
Come then.
And it wasn't just the building he created.
So surrender with your will.
I feel the marble
It's not the strength of my will that you worry, but the weakness of yours.
Has to be.
If you think your will is stronger, by this day, you shall know. Desperate, are we? You have been shown the path. Now you must follow it. Prove yourself with us. You will not defeat me otherwise. We'll see. Perhaps you still require persuasion.
damage control.
You said defeat, but you turned your back on us. But you turned your back on the truth, Barnabas. We are not as weak as your gods believe. Damn it. What are you waiting for? Men know nothing to separate. But you will. You dare! Could it be you have been a weapon of your weakness? My apologies. You are not the fool I took you for. So it ends. Don't tell me you are tired of me, thoughts. Your stubborn defiance has stirred my long-becalmed heart, filling it with a joy that has not flowed for generations. I thought that the tantalizing gift that indulged in a dream of the beast. And now that the sweet forces through my veins, I shall not be quick relinquished. Show me your heart, me thought, that I might revelate.
Canyon, damn it! Quit with the damn freaking missing!
This is waiting another life. No more. Salvation is gone.
God damn it! Yes. They have sought my crown, yes, but none could wrest it from my head. Come, the strength. Have you the will?
Well, the day is at an end. And we both know the truth. It is I who stand victorious. My will that prevailed. Your will? No. It was his. Clive Rossfield. Perhaps there is strength in will. Would that I had not relinquished my own. You relinquished nothing. What was it, if not will, that made you strive for a new world?
There's a breaking news motion filed by the Cultural Landscape Foundation against the National Park Service, which calls into question all that Donald Trump is saying about why his reflecting pool waterproofing project failed. It failed in big sections. Why it's laminated, how water got between the two barriers, the two membranes, and why there were huge pieces floating to the surface. I'll tell you what this new motion is focused on. It's not chemical warfare. There's no chemicals that were thrown into the pool. There's no proof that there was. And if there was proof, they destroyed the proof, the Trump side, by draining the pool with no testing. So that's not a theory. There is actual filings by the Trump administration, by its director for operations of the National Park Service, in the court under penalty of perjury that makes no reference to any chemical vandalism, nor can it, with any certainty, tie these gashes, which I've heard run from 200 feet to 350 feet in a 7-acre site, as the cause of the problem, or put those gashes, put somebody on the other end with some sort of box. What I will tell you is there's plenty of evidence of Donald Trump himself running over the membrane before water was poured back onto it in his giant suburban SUVs, and there's tire marks that were located there. Between the affidavit filed by the National Park Service and the new motion of the but and the Washington Post that shows why experts believe shoddy is the root of the liner. That's how we got here today. Let's all break it down here on Saturday. Cultural Landscape Foundation has a case, and it's pending in the District of Columbia. They've now moved for a limited expedited discovery to preserve evidence because the pool has been drained for the third or fourth time to try to fix it. While it's drained, they want to photograph, videotape, and perhaps do some, I would argue, do some testing. Don't just photograph it. I've done cases like this, folks. I've done waterproofing cases before. Back in my day. Make sure you do some testing. before you give it up. But what they're asking for is while it's currently exposed and drained, they have access to the reflecting pool. They said on page 2, there's a compelling reason to allow plaintiffs the opportunity to preserve evidence about the state of the reflecting pool basin now that the reflecting pool is altered further and filled with water. Here, the risk of spoliation of evidence. Teaching the moment, that is when there's evidence that's important to a case that one party allows effectively to be destroyed. We call that spoliation. Not something spoiled, but spoliation of evidence. They say it's not speculative here, but it's real. Because in their most recent filing, the Trump side submitted a declaration stating they plan to repair the reflecting pool, including the cuts and any other damage, and the pool will be refilled with water. Thus, they'll spoliate evidence. In their most recent filing, they say on page 3, the Trump side made further representations about the condition of the reflecting pool, including the implausible claim that there is damage to the reflecting pool, including a caulk over the foam sealant that was cut with a sharp knife or razor instructions of delaminating surface material. What are they talking about there? Well, you even heard Janine Pirro, when she was prosecuting Davey Heard, say some version of he reached down, and this is what his indictment says, he reached down forcibly and pulled up the section of the liner. Let me just get this. Let me set the mood here, shall I? This is a 7-acre site, okay? Somebody putting their hands on some 1-inch, 3-inch square piece is not going to lead to the delamination and the penetration of the waterproofing of the drain. Only a misapplication, a defective application, a failure of warranty of workmanship would actually cause the floating pieces that we've seen rise to the top. And they still have no evidence. But let me play Janine Pirro talking about the attempted destruction of the liner by one of the 4 people she's charging with a felony. And again, even in the Olympian Davey Hearn's indictment, there's no reference to chemicals. There's no reference to him using a knife or a razor, and then he's responsible for the 350-foot or 200-foot gash. Play Janine Pirro.
Make no mistake, making DC beautiful is a priority, and if you damage, vandalize, or do anything to impact something like the reflective pool, you can be prosecuted. Every crime, and it's been proven with the broken windows theory, you've got to go after every crime. And in the identification of even minor crimes, you create an atmosphere or a climate where people become more respectful. So we have the ability, and we will prosecute every violation of law. And that's why DC is now safer than it's ever been. I mean, crime is down because of President Trump's making DC safe and beautiful, because of the federal enhancement, because of the coordinated efforts of law enforcement. We've got the lowest homicide rate in decades. Crime is down to levels that I haven't seen. And that is because we put our energy and our determination into making sure that cases are being prosecuted, whereas years ago they didn't even prosecute 67% of the arrests. We're changing all that and making sure that DC is safe, especially as we come up to the 4th of July holiday.
We always come back to the David of Frank Lance, which he said
the enemy numbers 200,000
no reference to
here's what it says. Soldiers and bearers from the surrounding forest.
June 2026, after the rehab project was completed, the U.S. Park Police responded to a National Park Service report of damage, including a caulk over the foam that was cut with a sharp knife, razor, and destruction of delaminating surfaces. In addition, 70 fence posts thrown the street that was not single-handedly delaminating the pool of 7 acres. Here's what the Washington Post team of experts, in looking at the photos, but some of them up here, have said about the company that was hired for $1.7 million project. Formally does Hey, the Atlantic Professional Coding didn't do all the work. They hired a subcontractor to the Midwest called Mid-America Industrial Coding. They use products, basically 2 layers of coding. One of them is a product called Rhino Rhino 406 is the epoxy that you lay down properly to a clean surface of 7 acres. You let it dry for 5 hours, and on top of it, you apply Pipe 5000. When did I become so technical? Which is a polyurea that has to be applied to a dry epoxy base. And they did this in large rectangular sections. Picture 7 acres.
I shall rally as many of my proposals as I may want.
Donald Trump likes to brag about how big this reflecting pool was. Who can forget when he was bragging about it being bigger than a lot of buildings? Play the clip.
We did a fantastic job. These are among the tallest buildings in the world, including the Empire State Building, World Trade Center. Huge tower. So if you lay it on its side, you take 2 or 3 of them for some of it. The width is almost 200 feet wide, and it's going to be beautiful.
So it was done in sections, and there are seams between the sections. I've done a back in the day when I was a young player, I did a waterproofing membrane case about a jiffy minutes. I know what I'm talking about. Okay? And you get any kind of penetration or any kind of delamination between the base and the epoxy base and whatever the rubberette or polyurea surface, the rubberette on top, you're going to have delamination and sections floating, which is what is observed at the reflecting pool. Not chemical things, not Davy Hearn with a pocket knife, none of that. They just don't want to admit that they effed up the job because they didn't competitively spin it. They didn't involve scientists. They're still bragging about, well, we're the only ones that have ever drained the pool and completely made it water seal it, airtight, watertight. Even Rhino lining said it gets in the act. The failure in a couple of small sections doesn't mean the entire thing has failed. The reason the 7-acre site has floating chunks of liner is because of a mismatch between the epoxy base and the polyurea on top. That's the reason. At seams and at joints, where it's very difficult. There's ways to apply it properly. You can rough up the edges. You can make sure but when you're doing it fast, got to get it done by the 4th of July. Turning what should have been an entire summer project into a couple of weeks, you can see where errors would have happened. I don't know where the 300-foot gash come from, but here's some pictures of Donald Trump rolling through the once drained reflecting pool. He had to go inspect it. They had to drive into it with his beast. That couldn't have been good for the combination of the Pipeliner 5000 and the Rhino 406. That's a mouthful. So what does it mean? It means, and I've already done separate reporting about why the algae came back. That's the waterproofing part. The algae came back not because people poured algae accelerant into the pool. The algae came back because of a filtration system problem that was never properly addressed. And Donald Trump hiring a friend of his, who's also a 2-time felon, that runs a company called Green Water to insert its green water technology, which has already failed in a prior government contract for a couple of $1 million at the Tijuana River that dumps into the Pacific, and hiring that guy to do the filtration. So you had think about this, unqualified Atlantic industrial code who had never done anything like a reflecting pool, 7 acres in size. Then being pushed around by Donald Trump, who hire a subcontractor, Mid-America Industrial Coating, to apply the Rhino part. And they don't.
Contributors from Legal AF are there as well. We got some new.
killer. He can't hurt anyone anymore. You see. Gav, we need to talk. I'm sorry, Clive. You know I want nothing more than to go with you. I do. But I'm glad you're heading back to the Enterprise nonetheless. And not just for Edda's sake. Our people need to know what happened here. You can count on me. As can she, I hope.
Thank you, my lord.
Do you think that was wise? Wiser than leaving a woman with child alone in the Deadlands. They'll be safer at the hideaway. For now, at least. This land is overrun with Kashyyyk. The king himself was long turned, albeit by choice, or to serve Ultima in his damnable quest to forge the perfect vessel. The chaos Barnabas wreaked upon nation after nation. How many were killed for this? He didn't consider it killing, or a mercy of sorts, a way to end their suffering. He truly wanted to save mankind, and ultimately use that, as he uses us. But why us? What are we? What are we? We are dominance. That is our fate. That doesn't mean we have to accept it, which is why we fight. For the right to deny it. Is that not so? It is. For our sins. Barnabas said something else. That the mother crystals were Ultimas. Ultimas? Did you say? We know that the mother crystals have been leading the land of ether. And we also know that it's this which hastens the spread of the blight. But I cannot fathom this. Ultima stands to gain from that. What did you find at the stronghold? The truth about Ultima's prize. For so long, I believed it to be you, and you alone. Yet, it is not merely a fruit that he desires, but a fruit and phoenix both, that which we became in the skies over Twinside. Only when the twin flames join shall his vessel be complete. Quite why he needs a vessel is another question. Unless there is something he cannot achieve without one. Something his immaterial form precludes. Something requiring an unthinkable amount of ether and a body resilient enough to channel it. If I did not know better, rather, I would think that he meant to cast a spell. A spell 1,000 years in the making, A spell to end all spells.
And he cannot do it without us. Nor without the mother crystals. But if we destroy them all, we will stop not only the blight, but Ultima as well. We stick to the plan then. Only this time, we face him together. Well, it's a long walk to stone here. Let's not keep Ultima waiting.
When Barnabas fell, his magic died with him. The road to stone here is barred to us no longer. Your journey ends here. You were right, Joshua. What is up ahead? What now? Is there no peace? Dying man. What happened here? The ether floods made savage beasts of my companions. And those faithless orcs, I knew they weren't to be trusted. We were told that they would stay loyal to our cause. Something commanded their loyalty, but it was not us. No wonder they stayed faithful for so long. Perhaps they sensed our downfall. The king is gone, our nation in ruins. What becomes of us loyal pawns now? Sworn to a shattered throne. Fuck Wyatt. Fuck the dead king and his gods. Fuck this withered shithole. Floods do not affect you. You are a bearer, albeit one has lost his friend. Pray, hear me, brother. Will you grant this pawn his final wish? Will you lay my dying soul to rest? Of course. What do you need? Beyond the castle walls, towards Stonehere, there is a forest. Never turn. My parents are buried upon the bluff, nestled amongst the trees. Theirs was the only love I ever knew. I was torn from them in life. Perhaps I can return to them in death. Take my ring. See that it rests beside their bones. May you find peace at last. Don't tell me. The only way to the capital is through that gate, just as you surmise. There's an army down there, Joshua. Yes, but I don't see any dominance. Go on. I have a choice. What's bigger than us?
We can rest here if you like. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Look, Clive. I have found her. The place is a fortress. What do you suppose that is? It's not a Vivian's map. Probably for a good reason. Right. It's down here. Oh, shit. No villages. No knights. Not even any bodies. One could almost believe the whole kingdom had turned to Kashyyyk. I'll be able to see which way to stand here. As fine a resting place as any man could hope for. Reuniting the thirsty loves at last.
Does it bother you that we haven't heard a single human sound? Everything about this place bothers me. The calm before the storm. There's only one way into that city. Across the bridge. Through the main gate. Right into the midst of whatever is left of the late King's army. Are you ready for this? As ready as I'll ever be.
Kill me, please, kill me.
today, Clive. Here's everything we've received and everything promised. You earned this. Come again. I may have more for you.
Through Orcish land.
你这把抠的这么死，没事的。有，这里离群和简讯的嘛。
Clive, what is it that you wish to learn? One must understand one's place in the world. The state of the realm is ever-changing, Clive. Still alive, yeah? Coin purse weighing you down. Cannot find a better price than that. It's better I'll be here. Cannot find a better price than that. Is that all?
The sound of ringing still. So we won. Who knows? So, will it be? Anything else?
In exactly the same position that we got to do. And they started chatting about things which were of common interest. People. And so she said, it's just
What the hell happened here? I dare not think. Stroke of good fortune, perhaps? I hope you're right. So do I. Let's see the winner next. Get him! Who'd be mad enough to tame such a beast?
Stand back.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Stand back! I'll conjure a ward! Joshua!
That's the time. Live, no! Trust me. I will shoot us, remember.
This might be a show referee! And why would you turn to him, brother? When we fight together. That was just the beginning.
He's dead! He's dead! Damn it. God damn it, he's dead!
Quickly, before we're cut off quickly. If it is like the others, the entrance to the inner sanctum will be at the foot of the crystal. We're almost there. How do we get through that? This gate here is open.
Once we step onto that bridge, we'll be easy targets. Then we better move quickly.
Through the castle then. I don't see any other way. dead. We're not done yet. There's no answer. The whole bloody army's here. Stand back, Joshua. I'm summoning it.
Stop, guy.
We still have a long way to go. If you tap your strength here, you'll have none left to destroy the heart.
Then you'd rather die?
Kill.
Surprised to see us.
How did you hear?
Yeah. He told us exactly where you'd be. Even sniffed out a crack in the castle wall. And when we saw the heavens come crashing down, we had no choice but to believe him. It's been quite a day.
What we owe this honour.
A debt I would see repaid. Prince Dion. It's good to see you well. So, this must be the fruit. Your uncle bade me give you a message. Listen to your heart and guide your steel true. Your father would expect no less. That is all. Thank you for everything. Highness. Dion, please.
You do realise the only thing we've freed so far is this wall from its foundation, right? None of your lord and ladyship's quite finished.
Yes, I gaff. We have what to do.
But don't suppose there's no opportunity to make you change your mind. So I'll just tell you to stay safe. Nan won't take kindly to losing the best customer, especially after letting us carry all this stuff all the way to Ash.
And we wouldn't want to anger old Nan.
You mean, you'll buy some off us? Let me show you me wares. Righto, here you go. Is there else you need? Thank you. Is there else you need? All done then? Whatever you need, leave it to me. You don't want me to make you no else?
You see, Clive, we're not alone. If we are to win the day, we must all play our part. And ours lies beyond those doors. We've fought long and hard for this moment. Sid's dream, our dream, is within our grasp. We need only endure this final trial, and we shall, together. You all know what it is that awaits us beyond this gate. And we shall face it together. Aye. It seems our hosts would rather we remain. I will stay them.
We will stay them. Go!
Just don't keep us waiting. Thank you. Joshua! Joshua! Wake up! Clive, is that you? This isn't stone here.
Welcome to our darkness. A rift between worlds wherein your kind might reflect.
Show yourself!
Grave and many are the sins of man. And we would have you know them, all of them. As fate has seen fit to deliver you home, consider this our welcoming gift.
It would seem we are trapped.
And the only way out is through Ultima. We find him and we leave. If you are to comprehend comprehend the full extent of your transgressions, we must go back to the beginning. When the world was still young, we visited upon it a miracle, magic, and in its light did all life flourish. Yet the price for this boon would prove heavy. A pole descended upon the land, painting the horizon black as night. Though we lived to forestall its spread in this one endeavor, we stood powerless. And so we fled, that we might endure, that we might discover a means of salvation.
If it was magic that caused the blight, what of the mother crystals?
They expected them as soon enough. Salvation, alas, was not ready to be had. First we require a land unvisited by the stain of corruption. An unprecedented journey lay before us, one beyond the limits of our fleshly bodies, and so we cast them off. Thus stripped to our very spirit did we find our new paradise. A land secure as driven snow, Valestia. There would the true work begin, for the black crept yet behind us. And soon did we arrive at a solution, the illness having spread to every organ. There was but one escape from this fate, to start afresh with a new world, the one for which Barnabas labored, a paradise free from the blight where his God awaits, and where, if we only forfeit our wills and abandon everything we hold dear, humanity can join him. So, onto whatever to follow in the footsteps of the king.
Then follow we shall. For now.
To forge a new world would require not only power, but a constitution strong enough to lead it. Acquiring the first would be simple. Untouched by the light, Valestia was replete with ether, and
crown to claim it. Acquiring the second, however, demanded creativity. And so I cast forth the seeds of humanity. You created us. Is that not what gods do? We sowed the seeds for you, mythos, all that you might one day blossom. And our future thus secured, we thought to slumber, though that would prove a great mistake. For it was as we slept that man committed his greatest sin. He awoke. Alone in a world bereft of his God's radiance, he stumbled blindly, desperate for guidance. Finding no light, he sought to kindle his own, and from that single errant impulse was his will born. Having discovered himself at last, man turned his eyes inward and found he desired evermore that which only magic might afford. So wars were waged and brothers slain for custody over that dwindling resource, and land she wept tears black.
He would condemn us for this. Surely he cannot be so blind to his own hypocrisy.
Not blind, just unwilling to admit the truth. That we are one and the same. Is that Ifrit, or what's left of him?
Long have our ashes lain cold for want of a spark. Cast your eyes upon them and see what you must become. Alistair cannot endure a second claim upon her being. The avarice of man drives her ever closer to destruction, but she may yet be saved by you. It is what you were born to do, why we nursed you and fed you, as your own mother should have. And now that you are fully grown, army of us, it is time at last for you to serve your purpose.
To right your wrongs. If our sin is wanting to survive, then you are as marked by it as we are. The fault is yours. Our wills were born because you abandoned us. And now, you would have us fall from them. All for a place in your new paradise.
Do you imagine yourselves worthy of mine? Mankind has no place in our world. Is this truly so difficult to comprehend?
We only ever require you first. When the time comes to bid this wretched realm farewell, none shall follow, none shall remain.
What do you mean?
No. This is our world. Once the land's rebirth is complete, humanity will have served its purpose. Why would we continue to suffer that which has caused us so much vexation? Because the land doesn't belong to you. It belongs to us all! That is where you are mistaken. You are nothing but your precious will.
Brother.
I can't do this alone. And you don't have to. I grow weary of your descent. Now you must learn that this master will not tolerate disobedience. My friends, my family, we have all suffered, all fought to survive. This world may be flawed, it may be broken, but it's all we have. And if we can't share it, I see only one other choice. You have to go.
You may create us ultimately. It's time we lived on our own terms. This isn't your world anymore. It's us.
Bow down to this heart-spit thing. Such foul taint may not be sublime through gainstanding. Only makes harm love is penance paid. O wretched mortal is incapable even of contrition. In fitting season shall we reap our harvest. Gifted this chance, and still you would raise your hand against the Lord. What now? The darkness ends.
Humans to end us. It would be the first time. Let's make it the last.
Your fate is inexorable. Surrender the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender it unto us. Countless generations have we awaited this moment. Your struggles have made you strong, yet your soul remains heavy with sin. Absolution is nigh. Repent, and all shall be forgiven. Tell me, Clive, how many lives did you save since taking my name?
Fewer than we've ruined. Wherever we go, we need a sea of tears in our wake.
These are the wages of rodeo, Sam.
What good are our choices when all they ever bring, all they will ever bring is death? There's no returning, Clive, no matter how hard you try. So why leave it all behind?
Little pride.
Somebody save me. Does anybody love me?
Yet still she's not mine. Have I not given enough?
From will is born desire, and it is this which consumes you, rendering you incomplete.
Do you not see how the world bends and warps under the weight of your hungering hearts? What if it could all just go away? Just go away.
All hell is breaking loose right now in Moscow as Ukraine's President Zelensky just unleashed another massive drone swarm hitting targets in that Moscow region. Look as the fire continues to spread in the Moscow Oblast right there. The main target was the Wildberries logistical facility right there. Wildberries is like Russia's Amazon, if you will. It is believed, however, that the logistical facility there, and that's the biggest one in Russia right there, is used also for military purposes. And Zelensky has said since Russia targeted logistical facilities in Ukraine, Ukraine targeting this Wildberry logistical facility right there, this massive warehouse, multiple football fields long and wide, and you can see what it looks like. I want to bring you the images there, and then I want to talk about some of the other strikes that are taking place because Ukraine's unmanned system forces hit 12 more Russia's shadow planes in the Black Sea in the past 24 hours. Also, the 295 strategic bomb at Engels military base in the Saratov region in Russia was also hit by Ukraine right now. And then also I want to talk about the fact that Russia is striking in Kyiv. Russia continues to strike in Zaporizhia. Russia continues to strike throughout Ukraine as well. Hell is breaking loose in the region over there. Of course, the United States has escalated its war against Russia, committing all of these war crimes there. You have Iran responding as well. U.S. striking desalinization facilities in Arab nations. So you have the entire world here. The light in the vessels cannot be quenched from Donald Trump's weakness. He knew in 24 hours that he was going to between Russia and Ukraine. He's failed to do that. He knew that he would be able to do all of these deals, but all he's done is create more wars around the world. Take a look right here. The fire continued to spread in the Moscow Oblast right here, and you'll see this Wildberry
emblazoned upon his heart, made manifest by the power of the will alone. The power of creation.
And you can see the Ukrainian drones attacking the oil depots in the Moscow Oblast, as well as oil depots being hit, Wildberries facility being hit. Let's show you what went down there.
You're still talking.
Show you to my friend Jay Keith. Incredible job that made a lot of this stuff. Take a listen first and show you A, which is the drone itself. You can see these Ukrainian FP2, the FP5, the FP1 has introduced other kind of long-range drone. They can hit 3,000 kilometers.
This is only an evolution, it is deviation, and it front us, look us right.
The Wildberries facility completely engulfed. Here, watch for yourself. Now, as I noted before, you have the drone swarms of the Ukrainian Special Forces, Unmanned Systems Forces, striking Russia's Shadow Fleet in the Black Sea. You know that they've been striking hard as well in the Sea of Azov. And now the Black Sea, they've really ramped up their efforts. I do want to just make this, I'll show the B-roll though right now. Jahid going to try to find its target in you, like Russia 5 people. Strikes.
Sorry to wake you.
Leave it at that for
Maybe time
now.
to leave. This place.
And once again, is my creation strayed from the path laid before it. Steeped in conceit, you fancy yourself a god. You embrace logos. But we will put an end to this hubris.
What are you talking about?
In the horns of origin, does our true power quicken. And there shall you be made complete. Soon be with us. Soon you will discover how little you know of suffering. And so crystals are no more. Yet in their silence, a new song. Its chorus fills you, a crescendo as it enters its final movement, stirring those long slumber to wake you. And back to their origin.
crystal's cracked. So where the hell are they?
Oh, fuck me.
Is that Ether?
What in good grievous name is going on?
This is wrong.
I'll be back.
Clyde! Joshua!
Kill. Everyone all right?
We're fine. What happened?
I should stay here. Wait! We're leaving! Now! Everyone, fall back to the ship!
I will be with you, Rana.
Thank you. I need to tell everyone what happened to Drake's spine, and I'm going to need Otto's help.
Trouble with your gear, or so will it be. For the best work, that'll do. Yeah, that should do ya. For the best work, that'll do. You can thank me later. And how am I meant to do that then? Don't waste my time. You ain't got the stuff. Not bad, if I do say so myself. Anything else?
Ah, it's a dangerous world out there. Let's stock up one. It'd better all be here. You'll not find a better price than that. I'm thankful you got that much. You got no else? Is that all?
Knowledge hoarded is knowledge lost. If I may observe, historical. I have compiled some new entries, if you would like to see them. There is a rather fascinating excerpt I've been meaning to show you. What subject shall we consider today?
The street smelled of cordite and wet stone. Sirius had been standing in it for perhaps 3 seconds, or perhaps 3 years. He had come here with his hands open and his head empty. That was the only way he had been able to move since leaving Godric's Hollow. Hands open, head empty, because the alternative was to stop. And if he stopped, he would have to feel what was underneath the movement. And he already knew, at some animal level, that there was nothing survivable underneath. So he had tracked Peter through the pre-dawn grey, through the back alleys of a London district he'd known since school, had tracked him the same way he tracked every quarry in his oral training, methodically, without thinking, because methodology was a kind of mercy. He had seen the ruins of the cottage and left because looking was a thing he could not sustain, and coming here was the only direction that remained. Peter was here. Sirius had felt it in the way he felt all of Pettigrew's places, with a faint revulsion, like a scent too sweet left in
How may I help you today?
the street around
The
him.
state of the realm is ever-changing.
Early enough that the Muggles were mostly still in their houses, a handful of bleary figures on their way to work, a newsagent with its lights on, a woman in a red coat waiting at the bus stop, a breath clouding the right. 12 faces, more or less. Sirius counted them out of habit, the reflex of a trained Auror in an unfamiliar space. He did not get to finish counting. Peter came out from between 2 parked cars. He didn't look surprised.
He had been waiting then, expecting pursuit, or perhaps expecting precisely this. Precisely Sirius. Sirius registered it in the fractured underwater way. He had registered everything since last night. Each piece arriving slightly delayed, like sound after
The crystal which now commands the eastern skies was summoned by Ultima.
The familiar fear in it that had lived there since they were 11 years old, and was only now finally legible for what it actually was, not shyness,
What does it matter what it's called?
smallness, the terror of someone who had already decided to save himself. Sirius.
Right, my hand from the
And his voice came out like a wail, carrying and perfectly pitched. Sirius, how could you? Sirius had time to understand that this was a performance. He did not have time to move. Peter's wand came up from his sleeve, breathing and practiced in a way that Sirius had never seen. 12 years of something, which told him something important and terrible.
The Dominion's lies was
Peter had been rehearsing this.
Elsewhere, the Republican Army cannot hope to contain the chaos engulfing Randall.
The explosion was not
Candor is in flames
or an aimed curse. It was a rending. The pavement
Our allies are trying out plans.
stone and glass.
I've sent the curse breakers to give them what assurances we can, but right now
Sirius was knocked backward by the force of it, his ears going silent with the pressure of it. He lay on his back in the rubble. The woman who had coat was simply gone, and the bus stop was gone. He breathed in and breathed out, and 12 mouths that had been doing the same 30 seconds ago were no longer doing anything at all. He knew, lying there, that he would have to count them later. He would have to count every one, and know them as people.
It would explain the hasty spread of light and the crystal's appearance.
Peter.
Would it not?
He scrambled upright, chest heaving, and scanned the wreckage.
slowly rises to the
Smoke
surface.
thick and tasted of ash and brick dust. Somewhere in it,
Corrupting
a single
all
object in the early light, a finger, a severed finger, lying on a piece of broken pavement where no body could be found. The rest of Peter Pettigrew had already gone into the sewer. Sirius had heard it, a soft, unmistakable sound in the drain beside the curb, barely audible beneath the ringing in his ears, already irretrievable, already gone. Already vermin in the pipes of
We faced him
exactly as he had always been.
Ultima told us his true power quickens
Around him,
into
people were shouting. He heard
Needless
the
to
crack
say,
of apparition.
we cannot allow that to
Three
continue.
distinct arrivals in the
If we are
space
to
of
stop
2
him,
seconds.
we will have to find a way into the crystal.
An explosion of this size
How did they
is not
manage
a
that?
residential
Don't
street at
understand.
6 in the morning would have tripped every
As much as she
monitoring
is,
the
the
ministry
other guys
contained.
can't fly.
The laughter rose. He felt it begin in his chest and climb toward his throat.
It's a lot to
He knew
take.
this laugh.
But I reckon
He had
we'd all
felt it in
benefit
the
from
aftermath
some
of
time
James's
together.
worst pranks.
Young
Laughing until he
all
could
comes.
breathe. There was no other
worry.
adequate response to certain
No,
kinds of
right.
absurdity, the kind that were too enormous to fit inside any normal emotional container.
Well, go on,
What
then.
Peter had just done
Bugger
had
off.
that same quality. 12 dead people and a severed finger and Pettigrew in a sewer, having spent 12
Son,
years
those
eating
three
off their plates and
Right,
sleeping
so
in their
then,
dormitories and holding baby
Trust me.
Harry at James's
I'll
birthday
see
dinner.
you.
It was so absurd that the only available response was the laugh that had no humor in it. The laughter reached his throat and stopped. Something happened in the space between his chest and his mouth. Some cold and very specific part of him, the part that had made him useful as an raw, the part that had tracked Pettigrew through dark streets without stopping, the part that ran on pure tactical clarity when everything else was on fire. That part said, he had done nothing. He had killed no one. Peter's finger was in the rubble. Peter was in the sewer. These were facts. Facts that could be established if anyone chose to look. If Sirius gave them a reason to look, rather than stand